Choconnichi, what's up, bitches? I'm Choco Minato, flavors, forgetful, forgotten, fanatic. I may or may not be playing the game today. I'm not too sure about that just yet. Right now, I just want to talk about. Right now, I just want to talk about the Viper trailer. Never minded. How you doing? Probably a bot, but whatever. Welcome anyway. I am going to have to learn to appreciate the robot overlords. Do not DDoS my computer while I'm streaming. I'll stream my channel growth. Uh, I don't channel growth. Never really gave a fuck about that. Streaming, I'm still nervous. I don't quite like it, but that has more to do with my personality and not necessarily streaming in and of itself. Streaming in and of itself is quite fine. I just need to get better at, I'd say, protecting myself. I need to get more into it. I need to get more into it. I need to do it more often. I need to get a fucking schedule. Streaming schedule? No, I don't. I go live whenever the fuck I feel like it. How many guys are playing a day? Off stream, quite a lot. On stream, less so. So I'm gonna chill on Twitter. I finally kind of find it back. No, I don't fucking know you. I'm not doing that. No. Anyway, so TGS happened. There was a very, very, very disappointing Virtua Fighter show. All they talked about was they basically just analyzed the trailer and basically confirmed more or less everything everybody had to say about it, including me. The only thing I feel like that I didn't talk about that they talked about during the TGS show is having more emphasis on ground combos instead of juggles. So we've reached the point where Virtua Fighter is now trying to not separate itself, it's trying to do things. Let me phrase this. Tekken and Virtua Fighter have always been interlinked in between her. I mean, they had the same director for a couple of games. The history between the two is inseparable. And over time, you were able to see this. Also with Dead or Alive as well, but mostly with Virtua Fighter and Tekken, where there were decisions made to not only the aesthetics, but also the gameplay of these series that were made to contrast one another. And I'm happy to see that that is still going. And so Virtua Fighter wants to do something where it wants to. Oh! Okay, I got scared there. Is my mic still on? It says so. Okay, so Virtua Fighter, what it wants to do is to separate itself from Tekken. And one of the ways that it wants to do that, well, first of all, kind of embrace Tekken, but also kind of separating itself. It wants to embrace a little bit of Tekken in terms of its visual identity of like making larger than life. You could argue over designed characters, right? I talked about Wolf a bit earlier, but that's one thing I would do. But in terms of gameplay, they want to separate itself by having more emphasis on ground game, more emphasis on ground combos, chain stuns, and not just juggles, which is something that Dead or Alive does, but it doesn't have the reversal mechanics that Dead or Alive does. I would argue that it I would say it's kind of like earlier Soul Calibur games that had a larger emphasis on like chaining stuns together to make combos instead of doing juggles. But Soul Calibur hasn't been that way for a long time. I think arguably Soul Calibur 2 was the last time the combo game was like that. Um oh yeah, the game has like Virtua Fighter 6 apparently is going to have like some kind of, I don't know what to call it really. It is a the only equivalent I can think of is like what was it called? Fuck, what was it called? Xbox game mid 3D fighter made by I think Studio Backbone or Studio Gigante, former Midway guys. Mortal Kombat, kind of meant to be like their own take on Mortal Kombat. Fist of the Lotus, Tai Fang, Fist of the Lotus. So a Tai Fang, I should probably pull up some images here. No, Tao. I think it's Tao Fang actually. Let's see. Let's see. Tao Fang, Fist of the Lotus. Although it's going to be let's see. Reviews, gameplay. Maybe this. Let me just look up gameplay right now. Let me move this over here, and then let me. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Where did I put it under, actually? I think it would be under display capture, right? So what have I... No, not display capture. Video cap? No, I have this one. I have this one right here. I have this one specifically for this. Okay, let's see. Where did I put it? This one. So I'll pull this down. Oh, it doesn't do that anymore. Oh, I'll have to fix that. Okay, that, whatever. Okay, that's something I have to work off stream. Okay, where is it? Here we go. Here we go, this. Oh, nice, I already pre-cropped it. Nice, okay. What if I did this? And then, this. This. And there we go. Hopefully this is going to be actual gameplay and not just an intro. Okay, can we come on, speed this shit up.
Riddles which lead to the locations of six
shit I don't
of
care
the
about
treasures of
skip,
the perfect
skip
for her. But know that her ability to betray the ones.
Here we go. This is 10 years ago, so probably not 480p. You know what that'll have to do.
Layer 1.
So I don't know how much this factors into the normal gameplay, but Tao Fang, Fist of the Lotus, has a limb damage mechanic. Yeah, limb damage mechanic. I think in gameplay it's basically just like a fancy term for a guard break. Maybe you do less damage if you attack with a damaged limb. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to play this at some point because I completely forget what limb damage affects. Honestly, I just wanted to talk about Tao Fang. I'm gonna be honest. Hey JPZ, how you doing? But again, this is like wait a minute. I think I found a better. I think I found a better one. I think I found a better one. Hold up. I found a better one. I found a better one. Soul Calibur 4. Very specifically, Soul Calibur 4. Gameplay tournament. What if I just did tournament? Maybe there's been a tournament recently. Maybe Soul Charge. I think Soul Charge. Undying Legend. Yep, Soul Charge FGC. They still run tournaments for these old games. Mute this. And let's see. I don't quite know. Well, better than this. Okay, so why am I talking about Soul Calibur? So Soul Calibur 4, very specifically. Hold on, let me get the full video up here. Not this one. This one. Also get rid of this. Put this here. There we go. So, Soul Calibur. Oh, I forgot that. Let me move myself over. Move myself over here. And then I could, where did I put the... Yeah, this. What is over here? Oh, actually, get rid of those. Get rid of those. I was going to use those for the glasses, but whatever. Fuck them. So, Soul Calibur... my headphones. Okay, Soul Calibur 4, very specifically Soul Calibur 4, has an armor break mechanic. Now, to be fair, aesthetically, these mechanics also exist in Soul Calibur 5 and 6, but Soul Calibur 4 is the only game in which it had a gameplay. It had a gameplay. uh, it changed the gameplay. These little, can you see the mindset? Okay, yeah. So you see on the, screen here, these three little pips under the. Can you see it? Okay, there's a mouse. So these three little pips here under the health bar, right? These three little vertical pips here. That is your character's armor, right? And, you know, three for high, mid, and low armor, right? And when armor on the character breaks, what it does is that it increases the amount of damage you take on that part of the body. So if you break, like, for example, both these characters have low armor broken. So that means that low attacks do more damage, and they do more guard gauge. So that's easier to guard break. And, you know, Soul Calibur 4 has like has a special super move that triggers if you do a guard break that instantly ends the round. So it kind of goes into that. Soul Calibur 4 is a very interesting game. I haven't played it in a long time, so I can't rightfully say if it's good, but it's interesting. And at this point in time, I value games that are weird and interesting and probably bad over a game that is quite good, but just incredibly boringly formulaic in all of its interactions. Which hopefully Viper is going to address. Because Viper, it's Crimson Viper. Wait, I need to. I'll talk about myself. Crimson Viper is a make or break character. Because when I saw the announcement, the initial trailer, the season 3 trailer, they had Viper, and it's, you know, they had what's his fuck? I keep wanting to say Michael Murray. It is not Michael Murray. Oh, I'm losing myself here. What's his name? The wrestler's name. Oh god. Not Austin. Oh god. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Because I said, like, oh yeah, he makes like a perfect Alex when he was doing the reveal trailer. Oh gee, I need to look it up. Okay, I need to look this up. Okay, SF6 year 3 trailer. What was his fucking name? What was his name? Kenny Omega. Right. Yeah, so Kenny Omega. Go back to the Alex one. Go back to the Alex though. Let's rumble. He's such a good. He is a perfect Alex, dude. Look at this, man. It's so fucking good. Anyway, really odd that they showed Alex. I mean, I guess they showed Alex first because he's a wrestler, but like he's the last character in the pack. Why did you show him off first? I mean, I guess they wanted to save the big pop off for Sagat since he's the one that everybody that's like above a certain skill level, everybody likes Sagat. So whatever. But God, look at this fucking Alex, dude. Absolutely perfect cosplay. He even, I think, all right, yeah, because Kenny Omega mained Alex in Street Fighter V as well. So yeah, God, it's so good. Anyway, fuck, what was I talking about? Right. So wait, what was I talking about? Street Fighter 4, armor breaking. When you are armor broken, you take more damage, both health and guard damage, so it's easier to guard break. Fuck, what was I talking about? So the Virtua Fighter okay, let me just. I'll say Virtua Fighter, TGS, armor break. So what seems Virtua Fighter. So what seems to be happening with Virtua Fighter 6 is that it has something equivalent to like an armor break. I'm stupid. I'm so fucking stupid. Because I was about to say, like, when you get armor broken, it's a permanent debuff, right? But I'm so fucking dumb. It was right there in front of my face. It was right in front of my face the whole fucking time. Fighting Vipers. Another Sega AM2 game, right? It's Fighting Vipers. So in Finding Vipers, right? On another game, armor break, right? Another game has an armor break mechanic, right? And when you're armor broken, when you have your upper body and lower body armor, right? And when it breaks, you take a permanent debuff in that you take more damage on that part of armor that's broken, right? Much like Soul Calibur, right? Soul Calibur 4 specifically, right? However, oh, it's only for 80. When does this come out? 13 years ago? Makes sense. All right, so Virtua Fighter 6 is going to have a mechanic similar to this, where as you take damage in specific areas of your body, certain parts can... I don't know if it breaks or like bruises or like... I don't quite know the terminology they went with, but basically, if you take damage on a body part enough times, that body part becomes injured and you take... And it seems that you don't take more damage. What happens is that you lose life. Like instead of like, let's say you went around, right? Instead of starting around with like 100% life, you might have like 90% life, where you take a permanent debuff to your max health for the rest of the match, which is really interesting. It seems to be a way to... Let me hear this. I was gonna say it's... think about it a bit more. It's a lot less interesting than it sounds, because Virtua Fighter games of Virtua Fighter are really fast and really up close. Like it's infighting, right? Very in close. You are always in spitting distance of your enemy at all times. And damage in Virtua Fighter is absolutely insane. It is insane. There's a reason why... Listen, to emphasize how powerful, how insanely damaging Virtua Fighter is, the timer on Virtua Fighter is 45 seconds. Real time seconds too, not like extended fake seconds. Like, no, real time, 45 seconds. And I have never once seen a timeout in Virtua Fighter ever. For as many matches as I played, for as many matches as I have watched, I have never once seen a timeout. Damage in Virtua Fighter is absolutely insane. So, while on the surface that might sound like a massive debuff, like a huge game-changing moment, for Virtua Fighter, it's really not. Like, combos in Virtua Fighter do like an average of like 40% anyway. So losing 10% isn't really that much of a penalty. I mean, a penalty is a penalty, right? But like, oh yeah, you lose a little bit of maximum health. Like, it's really not as bad as it sounds on paper because of the reality of how Virtua Fighter plays. So that thing is happening. Parries are a thing. They already talked about that. Here's one I don't want to talk about. Virtua Fighter, the head-ups at Virtua Fighter have heard the thoughts and prayers and the whining from the larger casual audience. And they are not going to outright... And they are considering having a hold back to block option in the game, like Tekken does. Basically like how every fighting game on the market except Mortal Kombat and Soul Calibur, you can just hold back to block. Despite the fact that a choice like that would break Virtua Fighter. The entire Virtua Fighter is kind of like built around the triangle system. It invented the triangle system. It didn't invent the triangle system, but like, it set the template for how the triangle system works in every 3D game ever, where it's a very deliberate balance between strikes, throws, and guards. And to have... I'm thinking. I'm trying to think about the reality of how VF is played. Because movement in Virtua Fighter, specifically after... I don't know if it was in Final Showdown or R. I'll have to... Because I have a technically working ROM of Virtua Fighter 5 R. And I need to dig into that, because I want to know... Because Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla and Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown are drastically different. Like, Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown may as well be called Virtua Fighter 6 for how much it changes between Vanilla Virtua Fighter 5. And R is this like weird anomaly that people most people don't really know because like that was locked to Japanese arcades. It never got a home port. So a lot of its changes. I really want to know the changes between vanilla VF5, VF5R, and what changes that Final Showdown made to VF5R. Because one of the massive changes that between vanilla VF5 and Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown is that movement speed is drastically reduced. I wonder if I can show this off real quick. I don't think I can. I'll have to. I can't do it immediately. I'll have to save that for another stream. But like, no, one of the big things is that movement in Final Showdown was drastically toned down. Like, characters walk in VFs in Final Showdown. In vanilla VF5, characters sprint. Like, characters are fucking fast. Walking speed is insanely fast in vanilla VF5. It's quite fascinating actually to have a 3D fighting game where movement is good. And I don't mean like, oh, backdash canceling. No, like actual your basic walking movement is really good. It's almost it's like it's reminiscent of like Soul Calibur 1, where the 8-way run felt like an 8-way run because you were zipping all over the fucking place. It was quite nice. But again, so I don't remember who specifically. I think it was Aoki. I don't remember. I wasn't paying that much attention. I wasn't paying that much attention to the trailer itself because I was waiting for gameplay, and they just basically just talked about that the footage from the earlier footage from a couple of months ago. It's fucked up. Anyway, that game must be really early. Like I'm worried that Sega showed off, or rather, Sega revealed VF6 way too fucking early. Because it's almost been a year with no new footage. It's disheartening, honestly. Anyway, so there are talks about Virtua Fighter 6 having a hold back to block. If not permanently, then as like an option you can switch on and off. And it's like, man, I talk about this a lot, but like, how do I say this? The willingness, or rather the acceptance of video game developers gutting the very intentional design decisions that have basically carried them for years, perhaps decades. The willingness to throw all of that away to accommodate people that hate your game, or at the very least, completely ambivalent to it, is baffling to me. Like, I'm going to assume that Virtua Fighter 5 Rev will have an option of holding back to block to kind of test how that feels in practical gameplay and use that data to decide whether or not they want to add that mechanic to Virtua Fighter 6. That's a smart thing to do. But I don't actually, I take that back. I don't think it's all that smart because Virtua Fighter 5 doesn't really have doesn't have a big player base. So it's going to be difficult to gauge data on that because most people don't really give a shit about Virtua Fighter. The only people that care about Virtua Fighter are people that already like Virtua Fighter and Tekken refugees, basically, that hate Tekken 8 and don't want to play Tekken 7. But hey, there's this other fighting game I can play. So there's that, right? So yeah, I guess putting it in VF6 would be the best opportunity to test how people would feel about that mechanic. I am vehemently against it. Virtua Fighter is built around not having back to block. Because ideally you can just like backdash to whatever. You can backdash to get away from certain enemy attacks and then punish. But also if that character does a mid kick, you take a unique stumble animation it's multi-layered. It's like hyper speed chess, not hyper speed chess, hyper speed tic tac toe, I guess. Hyper speed rock paper scissors, whatever. I forgot the analogy I wanted to make. The analogy's lost. The metaphor's lost. But that's a thing. Uh, Virtua Fighter 6 is also adding lethal hits from Soul Calibur 6, where if you do a counter hit under a specific during a specific scenario, it's a big special bonus counter. And much like in Soul Calibur 6, I don't know how practical that would really be in Virtua Fighter because of how fast that game is. For Soul Calibur 6, for a different reason, it's like it's trying to incorporate like a neutral ground game in a game that doesn't quite want to do that because it wants to be flashy and have air combos and supers and all that shit. A game that historically did not have those. So it's more of a trying to take what was once a unique playing game and fit the generic fighting game mold of other fighting games. That it's kind of frustrating, right? That Soul Calibur basically changed how it played to better fit the Tekken mold, despite the fact that the entire reason why Tekken and Soul Calibur were able to succeed concurrently is because they do not pander to the same audience. Tekken and Soul Calibur are supposed to be different games to different audiences, and over time, they just kind of coagulated into the same game. It's very annoying. I don't want Virtua Fighter to lose its unique identity in order to accommodate people that hate Virtua Fighter. It would, because a lot of the negative criticisms of Virtua Fighter in the modern day are just Tekken players mad it doesn't play like Tekken, right? And so changing Virtua Fighter to play more like Tekken would be a death blow to that series. You're not going to compete with Tekken by being Tekken, you know? And I hope Aoki, and whoever is working on VF6 understands that. No talk of meters, at least, so that's a good thing. There was never talk about any comeback mechanics or like meters or like none of that shit, so at least that won't be in Virtua Fighter 6, so I'm happy about that at least. I'm relieved at that. So who knows, maybe the Discord feedback is actually getting to people, I don't know. Because there is an official Virtua Fighter Discord, and I assume it's trash like every other Discord. But hopefully they have some people that are able to filter out legitimate criticism from just petty bitching. Because if they listen to all the petty bitches in Discord, it's going to ruin that fucking game. It's probably where that whole back to block shit came from. Anyway, I've been talking about Virtua Fighter for like half an hour. I need to stop. I'm here to talk about Viper. About Crimson Viper. And one very specific thing that I want to mention about Crimson Viper. Actually, before I do that, well, not before I do that, I want to briefly bring up Wolf Crone. There are quite a lot of this will work. So Crimson Viper is kind of an anomaly among the Street Fighter characters, right? Even in Street Fighter 4, where characters were like kind of fast and loose with how they played, I would say all of the new blood in Street Fighter 4, vanilla Street Fighter 4, you know, Crimson Viper, Abel, El Fuerte, and Rufus, all played really weird compared to normal Street Fighter characters, right? And I would say that among them, Viper and El Fuerte are the weirdest, right? Because El Fuerte, people have always said that. Where is it? Yeah, even since the game's inception, people have always described Crimson Viper as a KOF character in a Street Fighter game. And that branding, I guess you could say, is not true. Crimson Viper is not a KOF character. She is a Fatal Fury character. Very specifically, she is a Mark of the Wolves character in Street Fighter 4. Because Crimson Viper's main gimmick is that she can cancel, is that she can feint her special attacks, right? And what this allows her to do is that, one, this allows her to fake out her enemies, right? Do fake outs by, I'm gonna do the special. No, I'm not. But what it also does is that it allows her to use a button, special cancel, and then feint for frame advantage, and go for a more punishing link combo, or go for cancel, or go for pressure, right? It is something that is unique to her. It is basically how feints work in Mark of the Wolves and City of the Wolves, basically, where you use feints to, bait your opponent into making a mistake, or you can do it for extended combos or for extended pressure sequences, right? Crimson Viper is very distinctly, very deliberately a Mark of the Wolves character. El Fuerte, on the other hand, is a KOF character, straight up. El Fuerte is just Ramon. He is just Ramon from the KOF games. He has the command dashes, he has the wall jumps, ambiguous wall dives off a wall jump. It's literally just Ramon. Literally just Ramon. No two bones about it. But Viper, Viper, due to how good her specials are, yeah, Ramon, viva Mexico! But yeah, due to Viper's very, very, very good specials, and how that she can basically cancel all of them, Viper, in terms of her gameplay, is really strange. Whereas as most Street Fighter characters, the ground-based footsies that Street Fighter is known for, Viper doesn't play like that. How you play Viper is you do seismo, feint cancel, seismo feint, high jump, cross up, air burn kick. You just abuse her you just keep abusing her special moves. Feint, dead feint. You keep basically just always use her specials. Always feint her specials. You want to use your specials all the time and feint them to make your opponent make a mistake, and then you do you want to keep your opponent constantly guessing about what special you're going to do, and then fake him out, go for a throw, or go, right? It's quite fascinating. Like, Viper has, let me check here. Okay, Street Fighter 4 characters. So you have 6 standing normals, 6 crouching normals, 6 air normals. But also you have different air normals, whether or not you're doing a neutral jump or a diagonal jump. So that's 6 more. And then you have proximity normals, which are 6 more. So that's 30 normal attacks. And Viper has 2 command normals. She has forward medium punch, which is her overhead, and she has I think forward heavy kick, which is a step in double kick that she can do. I forget if it was good or not, but it was Viper has all these normal attacks, and you will only ever see 3 of them. You will see her overhead, you will see her command overhead, and you will see her crouching medium kick, and I think in this game, jump heavy punch was pretty good. But yeah, no, you will never see Viper players use her normal buttons, because there's no reason to. How you play Viper is that you use all of her special moves all the time. Like a fucking, if you see a Viper player in Street Fighter 4 and she is not sparking like a fucking disco ball, then you are not watching a good player. So let's see here.
Had some cracks in the surface. I do think K-Brad has been playing
some
of the best.
Watch that. See that? First of all,
Wolf Crone. Yeah.
So first of all,
talk about Wolf Crone's hat.
Immediate feint cancel. Round start, frame 1, feint cancel. I think that was was that burnt? I think that was Seismo. Yeah, Seismo cancel. The animation changes depending on which special she's doing, but that was definitely Seismo cancel. Seismo is that is her neutral tool. Seismo is her neutral game. So Seismo.
He
Backdash, Seismo, cancel again.
cracks in the surface. I do think
Counter hit combo. Reversal. Wake up. Reversal. Burn kick. Viper players are fucking crazy, man.
Brad has been playing some of the best
Reversal again. Heavy Thunder Knuckle, which is the anti-air, which is basically a DP.
Street Fighter
Which means it's invincible, by the way.
I've seen him in
Seismo.
a while.
High jump.
Yeah, he.
Medium. That was. Let's see. High jump. That's light kick. Right, because light kick was a cross up. So
Yeah.
high jump, light kick, misses.
He got.
K-Brad tried to counter with a focus attack, but it missed. So, what's that? Crouching medium kick. Crouching medium kick. Medium thunder knuckle. All right. Resets pressure, goes for crouching medium punch, doesn't do anything. K-Brad backdashes.
At
Crouching medium kick.
you can.
K-Brad jumps. Wolf Crone goes for the burn kick.
I believe.
Doesn't hit. Not fast enough. Doesn't hit. Gets blocked.
Yeah.
Tries to punish with a... I forget if burn kick was safe in this game. I mean, probably, considering how often Viper players use it. It's probably safe.
And
Tries to punish with a crouch jab. Doesn't work. Uses crouch medium punch for
played
pressure.
really
Walks in. Blocks crouch medium kick.
well, right?
Crouch medium kick thunder knuckle. Medium thunder knuckle again. I don't know what the fuck this was. I guess K-Brad was trying to sniff out a burn kick. I don't know what this was, but Wolf Crone backdashes. K-Brad goes for jump in heavy kick. I'm assuming K-Brad thought that Wolf Crone was trying to jump backwards or to do a burn kick, both of which a Viper player would do.
Finals. I was
Heavy thunder knuckle, anti-air.
his play, but Crone
Was that delayed wake up? This is ultra. So wait, I don't think that was a delayed wake up.
yeah, and played.
I think that was
really,
just frame-
Well
I think that was
right
just
into the
frame kill.
finals. I was impressed by his play, but Crone
Yeah, not a delayed wake up. So, okay, yeah. So K-Brad does burn kick to kind of Okay, so the thing is, if K-Brad would have done a ukemi off of that knockdown, that burn kick would have hit, but it did. But he didn't. So it didn't.
And we haven't
Burn kick again.
really seen.
Was that a cross up? I don't even know. Was that a cross up?
played really well right
So-
up to the finals. I was impressed
Since-
by his play, but Crone
And-
Doesn't hit.
We haven't
Burn kick again.
really
That was a cross up. So ambiguous cross up, burn kick, the classic. So you see here, you see this part right here, this little oval that kind of sticks out here. That is how I know it's a cross up, because it's on this side. If it was on the other side of Viper, it would have had to hit from the other side. So yeah, ambiguous cross up burn kick, right?
we haven't really seen Crone in a while.
No, he seems to have taken a little break.
Light kick,
And of course,
EX Seismo,
is a
thunder knuckle,
Michigan
burn
player,
kick,
which is mid-
crouching medium punch, super jump cancel, high jump cancel,
Midwest.
light kick. Was that a cross up? Yep. Jumping light kick cross up,
Western region,
medium punch,
for sure.
it's EX Seismo, run up, crouching medium punch, focus attack backdash away. K-Brad does.
Right here.
What the hell? So K-Brad does a crouching medium kick. You know, trying to see if, because Wolf Crone's trying to go like, the spacey game, your classic fighter, walk back and forth, right? Does medium kick. Wolf Crone retaliates with a high jump cancel burn kick. Trying to go for cross up. Doesn't work. K-Brad jumps up to try and punch him out of it because assumedly he did that crouching medium kick as a bait to get Wolf Crone to do something, but he was too late on the punish.
He's starting
Doesn't work. Goes for a throw.
off pretty well.
Throw tech. I would have gotten God. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, and K-Brad
Ooh. Kind of smart here, actually. So here's the thing. K-Brad jumps, right? Wolf Crone looks like he's gonna do a Seismo, but he feints. However, K-Brad retaliates by doing a dive kick, by doing cannon spike, which is Cammy's dive kick. And the reason why he does this is because as you hold up, pay attention to Cammy's jump arc. Here, notice how when Cammy starts doing the dive kick, it stalls her air momentum. That's why K-Brad does that dive kick, so that if Wolf Prone would have actually done the Seismo, the air stall at the beginning of Cammy's dive kick would have made sure that it would have missed her. Because otherwise, K-Brad would have landed into the Seismo and taken damage. But you do the dive kick, it stalls your air momentum so that you can float over the Seismo.
K-Brad hasn't really been able
So, forward jump. K-Brad dashes in.
going.
Burn kick.
Yeah.
Misses. I could have. That looks like it. See, that looks like it would hit. Judging by the flames, that kind of looks like it would hit. Kind of ambiguous there. So, still, as you can see here, K-Brad is in a blocking animation. So K-Brad would have blocked that cross up. Tries to retaliate with I think that's heavy punch? Stand heavy punch? Yeah, stand heavy punch. The back fist, yeah. Misses.
Yeah.
High jump again. Close heavy punch, misses. Burn kick to get away. Because doing a air burn kick off of a high jump keeps your air momentum, so you can travel farther, which means you can just kind of get out of bad situations easily. Cross up light kick blocked. Cross up. What is this move? I think this is close heavy punch, I believe. Close heavy punch, thunder knuckle, cancel. Continuous pressure, crouching medium kick into thunder knuckle cancel again. Crouching medium punch.
Basically,
EX Seismo.
moving target, which Cammy also
Dash in, high jump, cross up, burn kick.
What do you think?
High jump, medium, high jump, light kick, blocked. Close light kick, blocked. Crouching light kick, blocked. Stand light kick, blocked. Low medium kick, Seismo cancel. High jump, burn kick. Not a cross up, but blocked.
kind of like
They both jump. Crouch. I think that's air medium punch.
Okay.
Right gets hit. Crouching medium kick into thunder knuckle pressure.
plenty of people
Back dashes. K-Brad back dashes. Wolf Crone does a burn kick. It hits.
disagree with me, but part of the
And there's the overhead. And there it is. At the last move to close off. Overhead. Now let's play this in real time.
make sure people be on
Just so
top,
you
but
can kind of
play
understand.
element of fascism to it,
Yeah.
so.
I want you to take notice of how many special moves K-Brad, the Cammy player, used during this round compared to how many specials Wolf Crone used in this round.
You take the good, you take the bad.
Actually, I'm gonna count. How many times?
There you have-
How many
got
special
Wolf
moves did
Crone.
K-Brad actually
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to
in
talk
this one
about
round?
Wolf Crone's hat. He had some cracks in the surface. I do
Spiral
think
Arrow, that's one,
K-Brad
and that was a combo
is playing
finisher.
Some of the best Street Fighter I've seen him in a while.
Yeah, he got second
Focus attack misses.
at the
Back
last
dash.
Toryukin, I believe.
Yeah, and played really, really well right up to the finals. I was impressed by his
I-
play. But Crone hanging
And
in
we
there.
haven't really seen Crone in a while.
I think that's the only special.
No, he seems
Woo,
to
wait.
have taken up by his play, but Crone
And
hanging in
we
there.
haven't really seen Crone in a while.
Is that EX? Okay, so that's EX dive kick. That's 2. Misses, by the way, but misses. But yeah, EX dive kick. That's 2.
No, he seems to have taken a little break. And of course, Crone is a Michigan player, which is Midwestern region for sure.
God, look at how fucking nuts
Starting
Wolf
off
Crone's
pretty
going.
well.
Yeah, and K-Brad hasn't really been
3
able to score
regular
yet.
cannon spike. That's
Viper
3.
staying in the air, being basically a moving target, which Cammy also does not want.
What do you think of this matchup is for Viper?
I actually kind of like Viper in this matchup.
Okay.
Although I think there are plenty of people who will disagree. with
That's
me,
so
but
fucking dirty.
Part of the reason I like Viper is exactly what we're
Burn kick to catch it back there. So 3.
But
In this one round, K-Brad did a total of 3 special
yeah, time,
moves.
bud.
One of which was a combo ender. I feel like EX dive kick was kind of a way to was a corner cross up attempt, so that Wolf Crone would jump. I feel the intention was. Let me get back to the moment here. Was it here?
Little break, and of course Crone is a Michigan player, which is Midwestern.
At the last Toryukin, I believe.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see.
played really, really well right up to the finals. I was impressed by his
Dude,
play.
dude,
but
dude,
Crone
And
hanging in
we
there.
haven't really seen Crone in a while.
to the
Okay.
finals. I was impressed by his play, but Crone
And
hanging in
we
there.
haven't really seen Crone in a while.
So, what I believe this situation here was, I believe that K-Brad wanted to do jump EX dive kick. My initial plan was like, my initial idea is that, he wants to use this for pressure. Because Cammy's EX dive kick is really fucking good on pressure. But I feel like if he wanted to do that, he would have done it lower to the ground. Because the thing about Cammy specifically, about her dive kicks in Street Fighter 4 have no height restriction. You can do them at any point you leave the air. And Cammy's dive kick, EX dive kick, is absolutely fucking obscene. It's really funny. Like, you can combo 4 EX dive kicks in a row. That's how fucking fast it is. So, I don't think it was for pressure. I think what happened is K-Brad noticed that he and Wolfrone both jumped. And he decided, okay, I'm going to do a dive kick here. EX dive kick because it's really fast. And it's going to... And I want to land first before Wolfrone has the opportunity to do something. I'm going to use the dive kick to cut my jump short and land behind him and retaliate, because Wolfrone is probably going to press a button since we rolled in the air. However, he was too slow to recognize it and got hit out of it. That's what I think what happened here. But anyway, so let's see. I'm going to play this round again. I'm going to count how many specials Wolfrone did. Actually, I'm going to count feints as well.
We got Wolfrone.
Breaker. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about Wolfrone's hat.
1,
He
2,
hit some cracks in the surface. I do think K-Brad
3,
has been playing
4,
the best Street Fighter I've seen
5,
in a while.
Yeah, he got second
6,
at the last tour you can
7,
Yeah, and played really, really well
8,
right up to the finals. I was
9,
impressed by his play. But
10,
And we haven't
11,
really seen Crone in a while.
no, he seems to have taken a little break.
12,
and of course, Crone
13,
is a Michigan
14,
player, which is Midwestern region for sure.
15,
Good
All right,
pressure
well,
here.
16,
starting off pretty well.
Yeah, and K-Brad
17,
hasn't really been able to get his flow going
18,
yet. Viper sitting
19,
in the air,
20,
being
21,
basically a moving
22,
target, which Cammy also
23,
does not want.
What do you think of this matchup is for Viper? Is it
24,
I actually
25,
kinda like Viper in this matchup.
Okay.
Although I
26,
think there are plenty of people
27.
who disagree with me. But part of the reason I like Viper is exactly
27 special moves in one round. Damn near all of them use the neutral. So this is the thing about Viper players. Like, Viper kind of doesn't have combo. Well, okay, so the thing is, like, well, she does have combos, but they are very, very hard to do. It's like Viper is a very execution heavy character. Like, she's a character that sucks until you learn how to play her effectively, right? Kind of like, I'm trying to give an equivalent example in Street Fighter 4. I was about to say, oh yeah, like Yun in Street Fighter 3, but that's a different game. Gen was like that for a while. Xian was absolutely murdering people with Gen in Street Fighter 4, who is, again, another character that has a lot of demanding execution. But he kept getting nerfed for some reason. I don't know why. Look, I'm really trying. What character is like really good, but also like really hard to play? Well, the hard thing about tournaments about the tournament mindset is that a lot of times characters that are hard to play don't get picked all that much because I'm trying to win tournaments. I'm trying to win this money. Why would I pick a character that's hard to play when I can pick a character that's easy to play? Right? Or play to my strengths as a person, right? Not a lot of people. And with the hard execution being de-emphasized in modern fighting games, I feel like putting Viper in Street Fighter 6 is a huge statement of like, yeah, we're going to have this executionally demanding character, despite the fact that Street Fighter 6 has I think 3 or 4 frame buffer on combos so that they're easy to do, which kind of okay, context. A lot of people that play Street Fighter 4 and a lot of people that don't play Street Fighter 4 all have a common complaint about one frame links, which is basically you do 2 attacks that will only combo if you get the timing right. And this is before Street Fighter 4 did not have a frame buffer for linking normal moves. So if your timing was off, you just didn't get the combo, right? Buffering links are things that a lot of people complain about, and there was Tech Evolve, like linking, perfect linking, where you get a whole whopping 2 frames instead of 1, which is very funny, but you know, it doubles your chances, so you go for it, right? And a lot of people that play fighting games on not a casual level. Casuals don't know what links are, much less blinks. They didn't give a shit. Intermediate players and some high-tier players, high-skill players, tournament players, complained about the lack of a frame buffer because it's really fucking hard to optimize your damage in Street Fighter 4. Because if your timing is off by a single frame, you can drop your combo and potentially lose a whole set because of one frame, right? And that's not even going to get to the innate delay that there was in fighting games at the time, right? So you had to be frame perfect, but you also had, like, I think 3 or 4 frames of delay native to the game itself, which added a lot more difficulty to it. Which added a lot more difficulty to getting these combos, right? Or your combos or your pressure sequences, right? Anyway, putting Viper in Street Fighter 6 is kind of an odd choice. Because, like, oh yeah, we're going to bring back this demanding character. But the problem is that due to how the buffer in Street Fighter 6 works, and also to an extent Street Fighter 5, the game doesn't have 1 frame links anymore. It has like 4 frame links. However, I recently reminded myself of like Luke in Street Fighter 6, and that Luke actually does have some level of not frame perfect necessarily. Fucking hell, Guile. Guile's sonic boom loops are hard to do. You have a 4 frame buffer to do it, but it doesn't make it less hard. It does make it less hard, but if you can't do them, you can't do them. 4 frames in 1 frame, to a novice player, and even to a lower intermediate player, 4 frames might as well be 1 frame. Like, that's for... Was it a millisecond? I forget the time reference between frames and milliseconds. Let me check here. Can I look that up? 60 frames in milliseconds? Can I look that up? Let's try this actually. First of all, how many milliseconds are in 1 second? I think it's like 1,000, right? That's only how these things work, right? I think it's 1,000. That's no way this works. How many milliseconds are a second? 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna take that 1,000 divided by 60. So around 16. So that's 16 milliseconds. Well, 16.6666. Okay, if I want to be accurate, you'd have to round it up. So it's basically 17 milliseconds, right? So imagine that, by the way. You have to do 2 attacks in a sequence with a 16 millisecond margin of error. That's a lot to ask for a novice player, right? Which is why in Street Fighter 5 they added a 3 frame buffer window, which allowed you to, which basically was basically a participation trophy. Like, okay, so if you press this button within 4 frames, which let's see, which is 66 milliseconds. So it's still hard, but significantly easier. So if you press this within 66 milliseconds instead of 16, then you get the combo. And again, I should reiterate, shit's hard, man. It's fucking hard. So But I get it. I understand why people were disappointed that of the frame buffer, because it made combos across the board easier to do, which means optimizing damage is easier to do. And still, you know, if you're a top player, you're gonna get if you're a top player, you're gonna get these regardless, right? But as someone who didn't like Street Fighter 4 for a lot of reasons, I've come to appreciate its design over time. I do not like the homogenization of fighting games nowadays, but I will say that even though I am a fucking scrub that cannot do one frame links, I appreciate them existing in Street Fighter 4 because I believe that optimizing damage should be difficult. Optimizing your damage, optimizing your setups, optimizing your vortex, it should be difficult. So I like when fighting games have one frame links. I like when fighting games have variable wake up timings that are unique for the character. I like Virtua Fighter having weight classes, which is another thing that I want to talk about. Virtua Fighter 5 didn't get rid of, but they kind of lessened the intensity of character weights so the juggles would be more consistent among most of the characters. I'm like, I don't like that though. If a fighting game is about 1v1 matchups, I feel like there should be a lot of mechanics that not incentivize that I think how do I explain this? Not incentivize. What is the word I'm looking for? Not exaggerate. I like all of these like subtle mechanics that it I had the word and I lost it. That accentuate character matchups. Right? Cuz you know, frames matter a lot in fighting games, right? There's that I don't know if it's famous anymore, but it was quite a popular meme for a bit of like of some a fighting game manga, and it's like what was it? The speed of light is too slow for us because we calculate time in frames, which are milliseconds, so the speed of light is too slow for us. That's pretty funny, but it is true because when you get into the intermediate levels of fighting games, you're crunching numbers. You're basically doing math, high speed math in your head, because you're counting frames, and then after a certain while you don't care anymore. It's like, okay, I know what my character's good at. I'm just gonna do that, right? But when you're in that intermediate level and you're kind of just being bombarded with all this information about frames and pushback and like it's obsessively detail oriented, right? About how characters interact with each other, and it kind of creates situations where you open the floodgates and you kind of make it so that lab monsters turn what is meant to be an interactive two-player game into a one-player game, where I get in, I do my combo into an ambiguous reset, or do a combo into an ambiguous reset that kills for game. But it's also due to, and the games are at this point being built around that. Street Fighter 4 was not a game built around frames. It was built around interactions. Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 were games built around frames. And so they are kind of solved as far as games go, where you can basically you could mathematically plan out every interaction that the game can do. It's definitely so for Street Fighter 6. That game is designed in a way to be mechanically very tight at the expense of the chaos, at the expense of character individuality. And again, I think adding Viper was meant to be a show of faith that Capcom are willing to make characters that are weird. To an extent, like Terry is a weird character in the context of Street Fighter 6 because he kind of plays like a Viper light. where you don't really want to use buttons with Terry. You want to use his specials as a way to control the character. And then you get in on a, counter hit, medium burn knuckle, and you start running your offense. You start running your pressure, right? But Terry and Mai use their special moves a hell of a lot more than any Street Fighter character does, due to how fucking good they are in contrast to how kind of weak their normals are, or how specific their normals are, right? So, but at the same time, a character like Viper, right? If you were to just, let me just keep this going. Let me just have to keep going. A character like Viper, right? If you were to put her in, as she is in Street Fighter 4, into Street Fighter 6, she would be unquestionably top 1. Top 1, and it wouldn't even be close. So you have to nerf what she can do in this game to make her, I would say, to make her fair, to make her fit within the confines of Street Fighter 6 and its very, very rigid, well balanced, but very rigid gameplay system. And the thing that came to my mind when I first saw the character, the character being revealed, is like, okay, this is going to be a waste of a slot character, because there is no way they'll be able to maintain her execution while keeping her. There will be no way they will have to dumb this character, because here's the thing, they did the same thing with Juri. They dumbed the fuck out of Juri. They dumbed her all the way down. The way that she plays in Street Fighter 4 is nothing like how she plays in Street Fighter 5 or 6. That is a completely different character, a easier character, and they're definitely gonna do the same with Viper. But I think they're going to be more true to her gameplay, because Viper was very explicitly known for being a technical character, right? Where you have to not play Street Fighter in order to win with her, because she's not intended to be like a ground-based footsies counterput character. You have to get in, she's a mind games character. She is a mental stat character. That's what I'm thinking. She is a mental stat character. She has all these tools she can use at any given point in time, and she can feint, and she can mix you up. You're constantly on edge when fighting Viper, because there are so many things that she can do at any given point in time, and it is up to the Viper player to psych you out into baiting you into doing the wrong decision that she can capitalize on. And Viper, as you might have noticed with Wolfcrone here, as he's playing Viper doesn't really have combos. I mean, obviously she has combos, but like, she's not like, her combos are like, button special, right? She doesn't have like extended combos, because as a Viper player, you want to use her feints all the time, because those are her best tools. So you get a lot of instances where like your combo is like button, link into other button into Thunder Knuckle. And that's what you do. Or you do button into link into button, Thunder Knuckle feint. Or button, like Seismo, EX Seismo into Ultra. Like, she doesn't really have like really big combos. She's all pressure. She's all mind games, all pressure, right? And I'm hesitant to imagine how they could make a character like this work in Street Fighter 6. Because even Elena, right? Elena is kind of meant to be like a neutral character, and she most of the part she is in Street Fighter 6. But they got rid of her healing. They did this bit about, heal and jump scare, but it's just a little thing that you do at the end of her level 2. It's not an animation in and of itself where you have to give up damage in order to heal. It's just like, you can just heal. You sacrifice a little bit of damage on your level 2, but you still get a heal, even though the character is not down. The entire point of healing is that you are vulnerable during it. So you do your level 2 and you do your healing, but you're not vulnerable because the character is knocked down and like full screen away. So it is a misunderstanding of, I'm not even gonna say it's a misunderstanding. I think it is a deliberate choice to like, well, you have to put healing in the game because it's Elena's big meme move. It's healing, but we have to incorporate it in a way that it is inconsequential to her gameplay. And it's like, that kind of ruins a lot of Elena's uniqueness as a character, right? And I feel like Viper is going to be another one of those examples. Like I remember, right when I saw the initial trailer, my heart jumped in my fucking stomach because I'm like, they're gonna do some fuck shit. Like they're gonna make her faint, her special feints. They're gonna make her faint cancels cost drive meter or some shit, right? They're gonna do that. Like they're going to have to find a way to limit the crazy shit that Viper can do, and it's going to be like, well, it's technically there, but it's so watered down to the point that you have to play Viper as a buttons character, when I cannot think of any character who uses buttons less than Viper. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, but I appreciate the balls Capcom has. I really appreciate the fucking balls it takes for Capcom to be like, yeah, we're gonna put this character that is almost completely antithetical to the gameplay of Street Fighter 6. We're gonna put that character in Street Fighter 6. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out, but I think Viper's gonna be a waste of a slot. Because in order to make her good, because there's no way that they'll be able to make Viper good in a way that doesn't break the game. So she's probably going to be like a mid-tier with a gimmick that could be strong if it didn't cost the bar to do. Like, I'm calling, dude, they're going to make her fucking special fans cost meter. Or like her super jump's going to cost bar. Like, some fuck shit like that, man. It's going to be... Anyway, I have a trailer to play, so... Put this over here. Oh shit, hey Splats, how you doing? I'm having a bitch about Viper. Oh yeah, and again, I'm real sorry about yesterday, man. Like I said, some family thing came up. I was supposed to be home at like 2:30, and then that didn't happen. And I'm not putting Discord on my fucking phone, so I didn't have an opportunity to tell you. Because I was out of the house by like 1:00, right? So I was like, oh yeah, I'll have plenty of time. It's like I have like 4 hours until like the stream starts. I'll have plenty of time. And then I did not. So it happens. Like I said, there is a reason why I don't have a schedule. Anyway, what was I talking about? Right. I have a trailer here. Let me put on my glasses. My nerd glasses. Okay, actually, wait, I could do this. Oh, cool, it didn't work. Awesome. Didn't work, didn't hook. All right, so give it this then. So what do I do here? This one maybe? Still not showing up. Why isn't this hooking? What if I do this? Still no. Oh, there we go. Where's the audio? Where's the audio? Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. What the hell's going on here? Hold up. Hold up.
Viper.
Okay.
My code name.
Okay.
Stay out of my business. Cool your jets. See ya. Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do.
Okay, hold on. You thought I'd be more excited about Joe in City of the Wolves. Joe is a character that should have been in the game at launch. That's my opinion of it. Andy and Joe are characters that should have been in the game at launch. But you had to make room for a fucking Salvatore and fucking soccer guy. Ronaldo. If anyone should have, dude, Ronaldo and Salvatore shouldn't. I feel like Ronaldo and Salvatore should have been the guest characters in the game. Like, you could, the entire first season pass could have been all the guest characters. You put Joe and Andy and Mr. Big in the base roster, and then the guest characters would be the Street Fighter characters and the two other guys. Because then you could have put Salvatore, and he would come with you would put in Choconnichi Salvatore, and he would come with the music pack with all the DJ songs to build up hype for it. And like, you know, you get Chun-Li, you get Ken, Chun-Li, Salvatore, and then you save Ronaldo for last, because a lot of people would pay to have, because people would want him, right? People that are not fighting game guys, like everybody else, would want a character like Mr. Big makes things sense as against his art fighting. True. However, because he actually is involved in the lore, you could have had him in the base roster. Or what you could have done is have Mr. Big be like the first guest character in like that like pre-order bonus kind of way, where like technically he's gonna be the first DLC character, or he's gonna be the first DLC character, but like he launches with the game itself, like that kind of thing, right? I've talked about this enough. I don't want to talk about it again. I've seen the Joe trailer. He looks like Joe. I appreciate that his tiger kick is in the shape of a tiger, because that's what his tiger kick was supposed to look like in Fatal Fury 1. There's old sprites of the tiger kick actually looking like that, but they never they didn't commit to it for some reason. Maybe it was a sprite limitation, I don't know. Maybe there wasn't enough time to animate the whole thing, I don't know. But yeah, the fact that his tiger kick is in the shape of a tiger and it's like all covered in fire and stuff, I like that. Tiger Kick hasn't had like its flame effect in a long time, so I'm glad to see that's back. Not. I'm not gonna say I'm not a fan of Joe. I like Joe. He was never like a big. I was never like a big fan of him. He's also like mostly main static as far as character progression goes. Although I have seen some gameplay footage of him. I love that he has a super that directly references his Neomax in KOF 13, where he's like that's real nice. I'm getting him some. So right, let me get this life picture out of the way. What do we got here? Is the sound on? Yes, it is. All right. Man,
Workaholic.
for all things for all the shit that I can say about Street Fighter 6, aesthetically the game looks good. I understand people not liking its art direction. That's perfectly fine. But in terms of like, Street Fighter 6 really is trying to capture that the Street Fighter 3 look and feel. Like, you know, the whole graffiti thing, having all of its roster being like cool, sexy martial arts guys and girls, right? Not a lot of goofs, not a lot of freak picks this time around, right? And I'm kind of sad about that, because part of my appeal of Street Fighter is how not serious the game takes itself. It would never happen, but I would appreciate if Year 4 was just all freak picks. Like, you get Necro in there. You get... Who would be the EXS character? Because if it's Kyrie, I'm going to fucking kill somebody. An EXS character. I mean, it would be Skullomania. It would have to be Skullomania, right? It'd have to be Skullomania. Skullomania is kind of... Well, no, Skullomania is not really a freak. He's kind of like weird asshole category. He's like weird asshole category. Because like he's not on the same level of like of a Blanca or a Dulcine, right? Those are the absolute fucking freak picks. You know, your Necros, right? He's not on that level. He's like weird asshole category. Like, you know, Marisa Manon. Like just kind of weird asshole. Not really a freak. Honda. Weird asshole, not a freak. Blurred name. Well, you also factor in how the cat. You have to factor in how the character plays, and now how vastly different EX is to Street Fighter 6, to the EX games. No, but I would love for an EX4. Or even just like, I mean, what I really want is fighting EX Layer, another whatever new version of EX Layer that they're working on, is to just have that, but also just add in the fighting layer characters. But I think they would have to get into contact with Namco for that, because Namco published Fighting Layer 1, which I'm assuming is why they could not use the Fighting Layer name. Because they could call it Fighting. That's why it's Fighting EX Layer, because they really couldn't call it Fighting Layer 2, because that name, and I'm assuming the characters are owned by Namco, and they just could not cut a deal. However, you know, maybe the new Fighting EX Layer game will have a Street Fighter guest character, because, you know, there was that crossover, the EX costume crossover that Street Fighter 5 had. So, yeah, maybe. Anyway, yeah, it would be Skullomania. Skullomania is a big meme, but everybody likes Skullomania. Well, except Combo Fiend. Combo Fiend doesn't understand why people like Skullomania. But I guess Combo Fiend didn't really play the EX game, so... The hell? The hell? Oh. Somebody started streaming. I had a Twitch tab open. Who is it? Oh, Retro Riona. No. Okay, what was I talking about? Right. You know what? Screw all that. I'm fine with Street Fighter 6 instead of being like sexy, cool martial arts guys, girls, same way Street Fighter 3 was. But, I mean, you know, with the exception of like Oro and Necro, right? But, man. I want... Gun to my head. the character from Street Fighter 3 that I want the most in Street Fighter 6 is Remy. I know Alex is going to be in there. Alex is going to be in there. And I feel like in terms of gameplay, I think Ibuki would actually be a solid fit, would be a perfect fit for how Street Fighter 6 plays. Because she's like all aggro. She has all these target combos. He has like air kunai vortex in Street Fighter 4, right? But I want Remy. Firstly, because I'm baffled that Remy is like the only character in a major fighting game that has Savat as his fighting style. That's one. Two, I want Remy to be in a game that doesn't hate fireballs. I mean, to be fair, Street Fighter 6 also kind of hates fireballs, but nowhere near to the extent of Street Fighter 3 did. But at the same time, it's like Remy is a character that like almost Urian level in that this character, the very specific third strike mechanic of, oh fuck, what was it called? Storing charges, what was it called? Charge partitioning. Remy, much like Urian, is a character that's kind of made by charge partitioning. And so I don't want Remy in the game because like he's a charge character and there is no way that they will create charge partitioning for one character. If they wouldn't do it for Urian in Street Fighter 5, there's no fucking way they're gonna do it for Remy in Street Fighter 6. But like Remy is a character that fits perfectly within the aesthetic of Street Fighter 6. Kind of scrawny, like moody, cool, but broody, asshole character. Like Street Fighter 6 aesthetic works so good, would do wonders for Remy. Like he fits perfectly well within that game's art style. But more important than that, I want to see Sagat players see that Remy having different speeds of high and low fireballs, but not Sagat. I feel like that would be really fucking funny. Like they going all in on Remy's like fireball game and giving him a counter that's actually good. God, just make his counter as his level 1. Fuck's sake, man. And Remy is a character that I really want to like. I like Remy. I'm trying to learn charge partitioning so I can do his boom pressure that sucks because you can just parry everything, but like it's so cool. Like high low, high low, high low, high low. It's really cool how you can desync his charge times to do like to rapid fire his fireballs. That's so fucking cool, man. But again, there's no way they would do that for 6. It's like, yeah, I don't want to. I would not be willing to give up that really cool aspect of Remy just for a bit. I mean, you like no one's gonna care. I would care, and like maybe 10 other people that like, you know what, Remy's cool. And then there'll be a total bitch like, God damn it, where's Makoto? What, you picked a Street Fighter 3 character that wasn't the main character, which, you know, main character privileges, which is why Alex is in there. But you didn't pick. You mean to tell me you put in a Street Fighter 3 character and it wasn't Q, it wasn't Dudley, it wasn't Makoto, it wasn't Ibuki, it wasn't Sean. You picked that fucking guy. So like, I get it. But like, purely aesthetically, like I have never 180'd on a character so hard than I did Remy. I hated Remy so much when I first played Third Strike. This fucking French faggot stealing all of Guile's moves. Who the fuck do you think you are, huh? But you know what? I like him now. I like Remy. I think he's cool. Anyway, Viper trailer.
Workaholic Director of Siren Holdings Research and Development Department.
I'm sorry, I had to use the E in dub. Go inside.
Grace Hill is nothing but a cover story.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Viper's new design. I don't like I mean, they're going for more like a whole like an office lady kind of thing, but also like she has the jacket over shoulders, which is most of it is the jacket, right? I understand that making a character wear a jacket like a cape over the shoulders is a shortcut to making your character look really cool, and it is. But I feel like it's something that has to be earned, and Viper has not earned that privilege. She has not earned the privilege to wear a jacket over her shoulders like a cape. All right, she's not that cool. But also, I don't like the general. Like, I don't like the. It's more kind of more like a secretary look, but like the skirt and the tights. It does emphasize the boots though, which I do kind of like, because I don't like the two different colored mesh, like one on the top, one on the bottom. I don't even like the shade of red for the tights. I I just don't like it. I like the more classic like Street Fighter 4 like kind of like men in black kind of look, agent look, classic black suit with the shades, right? Although I do like that her shades change color. How they start off black, but when they activate they turn yellow. That's a good touch. Yeah, but I like the Street Fighter 4 outfit better, like the like men in black type shit. Also, I don't like the white. I don't like white being her primary color.
Crimson Viper.
I also don't like that her hair color, her not her hair color, her hairstyle was changed. The entire reason why her name is Crimson Viper is because her hair looks like a viper. It's this really long braid, and that like this one strand of hair going up the front is meant to be like the snake's tongue. And to be fair, they are kind of doing it for this too. Like instead of having like the long braid is meant to be like a whole snake, her hair is like kind of flared out so that it kind of looks like a hood, like a. I mean, the thing I think about is like a cobra hood, but I forget. But you know, it's like it's kind of like a viper's head, right? Where like it starts here and it kind of just flares out. And again, it's more kind of like looks more like a cobra, I guess. But whatever, right? So I get it. I understand why the hair was changed. Personally, I just like the long braid more. I think it's more striking to have this long red thing trailing behind her, and in gameplay, or rather, from what I think is meant to look like a scarf when she's doing her super burn kicks in the way that it trails behind her as secondary animation. I think it's more like to resemble like kind of like a cool like a scarf or something. I think it looks good, or rather, it would look good if Street Fighter 4 did keyframes on its secondary animation things. Like imagine like she does a burn kick and like the hair would spiral behind her or something. I don't know. Whatever. Viper.
Codename.
How much of a waste of slot character will she be? I really don't like this mesh thing. Personally speaking, I don't like. On a personal level, I don't like business casual where it's like you're wearing a tie but not. The tie doesn't even have, the shirt doesn't even have buttons on. It's like it's kind of like a dress thing. It's also a back. I guess the jacket, coat, overcoat, cape is meant to be because the shirt it's a backless dress shirt. It looks like a dress, but it's not. You know what I mean? And you have the mesh here that may or may not be a censorship thing. Because there was a censorship thing in Street Fighter 5, so this may or may not also be a censorship thing. And she has the tie, but it's moved over to the side, and it's not being nestled between her boobs like it is in Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3, which I don't like it.
Stay out of my business.
I mean, I get having the red tights here because her color scheme in this game is like white and red compared to like black, just pure black. That's a one Street Fighter 4. So like I get it, but the red leggings make her look like a chicken to me, honestly. Like a chicken or like a rooster kind of thing. I don't think of a snake when I see these leggings. You know, tights, leggings, whatever they are. Thigh strap's a nice touch though. The asymmetrical skirt, the slit skirt with the thigh strap, that's pretty good though. I will admit that. That's pretty good. Like I like I don't, like in terms of like going for like office lady attire, business, spy, office kind of thing. Bottom half is good. Skirt, slit skirt, thigh strap, stockings. I like the stockings. I just don't like that they're red. And the boots. I like the boots. I do kind of like that the shirt is sleeveless. And the idea of having a sleeveless shirt and the skirt to emphasize the boots and the gloves that are the source of her powers is a nice touch. But I kind of wish that the gloves and boots were a different color to bring attention to the fact that they are the source of her moveset. But I guess that's the idea, is that it's meant to be like she's kind of undercover and to have the glaring like example, like imagine if this kind of dark gray black mesh was also on her legs as well. So instead of the red tights, they'd be black tights. But then the gloves and the boots were red. It wouldn't look very good. So I guess the idea is that she's a secret agent, so the source of her powers being their gloves and boots, but they're matching her outfit, so they look normal, and then all of a sudden, fire kicks. So I guess it's kind of meant to be intentional in that kind of way, in terms of character design. But, I don't know. Although, one thing I do really like, I like that the tips of her boots and gloves are black. Because the only black parts of her outfit are like her tie, her belt, her like slight parts on her boots and gloves, and like arguably the inside of her jacket, which is like more of a purple, because her tie in Street Fighter 4 was also purple. But like having like one of the few sharp contrasts to her outfit being her gloves and boots is a nice touch. I do like that a lot. Anyway. Okay, so off the bat, frame 1, Seismo, cancel. Okay, so Seismo, cancel. Hold up, I'll get that in a minute. Oh wait, I'll have to look into that actually too. Wait, hold up. Seismo, cancel. Now, Street Fighter 6, I want to talk a little bit. Street Fighter 6 is a game that prides itself on readability, or rather, having a lot of effects that let you know what is happening on screen at all times, even if it's not directly stated in text. A minor thing that I like to bring up is like how in certain moves that have really long hitboxes, if you space a move so that it's safe, like take example, Terry's Burn Knuckle. If you space Burn Knuckle properly so that it hits on its last active frames, it will be safe. And the game, in order to have the player recognize that, is that there's a slight screen shake. Personally, I wish it wasn't there. I wish that it had... I wish it wasn't there, obviously, because I feel like if you're fighting Terry, you should know that, so that you should be able to recognize the distances in which Burn Knuckle would be safe to use. Right? But anyway, so the fact that Viper did a Seismo cancel and nothing happened, even though you don't see the HUD, nothing happened. I think my earlier belly aching about how they're going to nerf this character, nerf all this character's cool shit, is by making special cancels, special feints take meter, is wrong. However,
My business.
Notice this, by the way, though, that hold up. Yeah, so this is the beginning. Let's look here. Oh, wrong button. Was it Control F or Alt F? Alt F. No? Yeah, Alt Control. So, I say that, and then notice how this is the beginning of Viper's high jump. Notice how she's glowing like orange, not yellow. So it's not an EX move, but she's glowing like orange or something. Normally, characters glow when they're doing a move that, because characters in Street Fighter 6, when they're doing a move that costs meter, they glow. Now you glow yellow for like an OD move, right? But this is like an orange. It's not quite yellow, so it's orange. So high jump might be a metered move. Right, it's high jump, and then cross up, medium kick, heavy kick. Okay, wait. Seismo cancel, high jump. Yeah. There is no reason for a high jump. Like, in my mind, right? There is no reason for a high jump to have this glowing effect for no reason. So this isn't a readability thing. This isn't like having a fucking Guilty Gear Exart having this obnoxious glowing thing whenever you use a dust move, right? This, I think her high jump, which I did mention, I think her high jump is going to cost Drive Bar to use. Because they have to have a way to nerf Viper's cool shit. Because you can't have her do her cool shit and normally, because she would break the fucking game, so they can't have her do that. Because either her cancels and high jumps have to cost meter, or they like have it so that Viper has no normal links, or that Viper has like her can't cancel into to make good links. Because then she would have to be built entirely around that. And that kind of technicality, that kind of expertise is something that fighting games are trying to actively move away from. Because the majority of the player base, which is, say, novice players, beginners, novices, and intermediate players, hate that shit. The only people that like having characters with high skill ceilings are pro players. Everybody outside of pro player that's not in a pro player range hates having high execution, having high technicality in the character. So they have to find a way to nerf it while still being palatable to people that would want to play her at a higher level. I don't blame fighting game developers, because they have to cater to two different audiences that want the exact opposite things from one another. Anyway, that did not sound like a middle kick. That sounded like a heavy kick. Is that a heavy kick now? That's a heavy kick sound. So that's jumping heavy kick, standing heavy kick. Oh, there it is. There's her other command normal, the forward double kick. Wait a minute. I forgot to mention that Viper was able to high jump cancel all of her normal moves in Street Fighter 4. So they kept that. She's able to high jump cancel. So I guess that's what they're doing. Like, yeah, you can high jump cancel your normals, but it costs meter to do. So you can't do it willy-nilly. However, this begs me another question. Is she able to high jump cancel her? Is she able to cancel her pre-jump frames? I forget, because one of the things that you were able to do is use her high jump cancel on normal. Because the thing was, so not all buttons were special cancelable, but all buttons were high jump cancelable. So what you would do is to do certain combos. What you would do is that you would use a normal high jump cancel, and then before she would leave the ground, you would cancel into her ultra combo, which would activate during pre-jump frames to get combos that were not normally possible. So I wonder if you're gonna keep that, because that was a really cool bit of tech. Or you would do like button. Actually, I think that's how you would do. Yeah, I remember watching a Buffel video. Viper had an infinite where you would do close medium kick, high jump cancel, and then feint cancel. Feint cancel out of the high jump into like a seismo or a special move, cancel that, and then do another close medium kick. because I think it was the first, because medium kick was like close medium kick was 2 hits, but if you canceled the first hit, it didn't have any pushback. So you would do standing close medium kick, high jump cancel, special move cancel, into another crouching medium kick, and it was just enough for it to be an infinite. Fighting games, man. It was like the most technically demanding thing you could do in that game. Because it was a very tight link. I don't think it was a 1 frame link. I think it was like 2 frames, I think. It was like tight link. But you could get in TOD off of a close button. Crazy, man. So this was crouching medium kick, super jump, high jump. I'm going to use the terminology here. High jump into cross up, jump medium kick, into crouching heavy kick, universal sweep. That, there is no way that was a combo. There is no way that sweep was a combo. Yeah, not a combo. That is not a combo. But it looks cool, so you do it for the trailer. Jumping heavy punch causes a spike. That's normal. That's a universal thing in Street Fighter 6. Jumping heavy punches all cause knockdowns on air hit. Overhead, classic. The forward medium punch overhead. It's plus enough, or I don't know, it's minus enough. It might be +1 on hit. Whatever, it's plus enough so that you could tick throw into it. So it's probably gonna be like plus. Well, was that standing hit or a crouching hit? Because the frame data changes. So that was a crouch hit. Wait, did he try to jab? Was that a counter hit? I don't think so. So crouch, so that was overhead. It hits on crouch, so it has more frame advantage. But it was enough, but it didn't have too much frame advantage that you couldn't tick throw. So it has enough frame advantage that you can still tick throw after it, which is very nice. Ooh, wait. Wait, am I wrong? Was that a micro walk? No, that was not a micro walk. But this also means that her Viper's throw distance is fucking crazy. From this far? That's not normal. That's good throw range. That is not normal for Street Fighter 6. I notice that they deliberately do not show Viper dashing in after that throw. So it's questionable whether Viper will have a throw loop or not. I'm trying to gauge the distance because we don't know what her dash. I don't know what her dash looks like just yet. So I think that's too far for a throw loop, but she might be able to do a drive rush throw loop. So it will cost bar. But again, a Viper player, you're not going to want to use a dash and throw loop. You're going to want to do high jump EX, high jump cross up burn kick. That's why they did it. Yeah, it makes sense. High jumps cost meter because playing neutral with Seismo are 2 things. Seismo, 3 things. Seismo feints, and high jump cross up burn kick. So yeah, nerfing her high jump so that she can't do cross up burn kicks all the time. If her high jump changes the momentum, if her burn kicks carry jump momentum, I'd be somewhat fine with that. Whatever, play through.
Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do.
Ooh, wait. Okay, so right, Thunder Knuckle Feint. And Ed does the first hit of Starball, which is that hook. So he does Fireball. Viper uses her jab, Light Punch Thunder Knuckle, which is a low. Okay, well, I don't know if it's a low in this game. Actually, I don't think they can do that. In Street Fighter 4. Wait, am I wrong? Fuck, I'm gonna have to test this. I remember, I'm probably wrong, but I feel like Light Punch Thunder Knuckle in Street Fighter 4 was a low. Was an actual low. I don't remember now. It's been so long since I played 4. I'm going to assume that it's not a low. Having a standing low is a privilege that most characters are not allowed to have. So this is probably just a high. Or rather, let me first say, coded in the game as a high, which means you can block it standing or crouching. Follow up on Thunder Knuckle. I didn't see that. I did know about this. I did know about this though. Like, this is not my first time watching the trailer.
Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do.
So that was Crouch Medium Punch, Medium Punch Thunder Knuckle. And there's that orange glow again. So, metered follow-up to Thunder Knuckle. Knockdown. Close range knockdown. Rather, soft knockdown that leaves Viper point blank. That's dangerous. For 1 bar meter, for like an OD, well, asking. Because thinking, right? Because these are meter follow-ups. So like, yeah. Because meter follow-ups all cost 2 bars. So that'd be fuck. I would say that's really good, but it's like, is that worth 2 bars though? Or rather, a bar. Because even though Street Fighter 6 has like 6 bars of drive gauge, in reality it's more like 3, because everything outside of drive rush costs like 2 bars. Actually, no. Drive impact and drive rush, neutral drive rush cost 1 bar. OD moves all cost 2 bars. Drive rush cancel costs 3 bars. But everything else costs 2 bars. So, no, wait. Luke can do follow-ups on his on his OD moves that cost 1 bar. So yeah. That's Luke's thing. Like, he has all of his OD follow-up moves cost 1 bar. The only thing I would say that's actually worth it is the DDT off of like his I forget what it's called, like his punch, not the anti-air punch, like the charge punch. Although the normal one is also really good, it's just a free launch. But like, if you do the follow-up, you get an amazing hit grab. An amazing hit grab that does not switch corners, which I am baffled by. Like, for damage to cost, that thing's really fucking good. I mean, you have to give up 3 bars to do it in total, but like, that is an absolutely amazing follow-up. That's really good. The fucking DDT, and it looks good too. The DDT looks really good. So, maybe, I'm thinking, right? If the follow-ups on these moves were like 2 bars, I would say they're not worth it. But if they're 1 bar, they might be worth it. Because I know when I said, oh, that for 1 bar meter, because I was, by 1 bar I meant 2 bars, because in my mind this is like an EX move, or rather an OD move, which costs 2 bars by default. But now that I'm thinking about it, but I thought about it again, because like ODs, characters glow yellow in ODs, but Viper's glowing, but it's not yellow, so it's like, It's like orange. It's not quite yellow, so like maybe it's gonna cost 1 bar. That would be really good. Maybe. Because again, Viper is not a buttons neutral character. She plays neutral with her special moves. So if her high jump costs a bar, which is how you play Viper, you use her high jump all over the fucking place. That's like core to how you play Viper in Street Fighter 4. So nerfing it by having it cost bar is a little disheartening, honestly. Because drive gauge is really fucking important. And having to kneecap that by having it cost bar makes me cautious as to how Viper is going to be played. Because Viper is intentionally not, or rather, Viper is perhaps intentionally. I can't say it for Street Fighter 4, because I could argue that nobody in Capcom understood how the characters were going to play at a high level in Street Fighter 4. But for Street Fighter 6, the Street Fighter 6 and 5 to a lesser extent have been meticulously planned out so that the entire, you can tell how a character is going to play immediately by like what your frames are on your jab and your crouching medium kick. You basically have you could basically have your entire gameplay planned out by like 2 normal moves. So it's like, in terms of a character, Viper is meant to be very ambiguous as to how she's meant to play. She's meant to put you in like ambiguous situations at all times. That's why her combo games are. Viper is a character that sacrifices guaranteed damage for constant guessing. And again, in a game like this, where characters are kind of built around guaranteed, like canned follow-ups, canned damage, having a character like this as an intentional rejection of that, but also we're gonna rein her in by making her best options cost bar in a way that they didn't in the old games, is more than a little disheartening. I don't like it. But again, maybe it'll be. I will not say that Viper is a waste of slot. Because I remember my initial reaction is like, this is a waste of slot character. But again, this is Capcom we're talking about. Capcom. The healing jump scare on Elena's trailer made me think that Capcom understands its pro player base. Because that is something like that is something that you would only do intentionally to kind of poke fun at Ultra Street Fighter 4. And how absurd Elena was in that game. Something that only top players would know. Something only top and intermediate players would care about. But then again, the way healing works in Street Fighter 6 does not warrant having that jump scare in it. Elena's healing in Street Fighter 6 is unconsequential. It doesn't matter at all. In fact, the only way that healing actually benefits you at all in Street Fighter 6 is when you use it in World Tour. Because it's basically because you don't have to go to a store and buy food or use energy drinks to heal yourself. Like, funnily enough, healing in World Tour is more accurate to how that move was used than how her actual in-game fight version does. It's annoying. But I get it. Street Fighter 6 has been meticulously designed so that characters are forced to play in this kind of homogenous way. And Street Fighter 6, specifically this past, you can see that the characters chosen on the surface are meant to be ways to shake up that formula. But then you see them in their final form and it's like, oh, yeah, if I had to think about how a Street Fighter 6 version of this character would play, this is what I think of. Like, Sagat, right? Sagat is meant to be a long-range fireball zoner character with really solid normals and an obscene and an obscenely strong anti-air game. And then you see him in Street Fighter 6 and it's like, yeah, he's a mix-up character. Because he has fucking Ken's Genrai. So now he's a mix-up character. He's a mix-up character with long-range buttons that you can use to punish and then drive rush in and do your fucking Genrai pressure, your Rekka pressure. Sagat is a Rekka character now. Like, I mean, really starting to feel that function talk Combo Queen was talking about in Ultimate Marvel 3. Now, to be fair, he had to say that because he had to find a way to see, like, listen, Fox would not allow us to put in all of the X-Men characters, so we could... Not Marvel Infinite, Marvel Infinite, not Marvel 3. Like, listen, Fox were not willing to give us the X-Men characters for Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, so they're not in the game. How do I phrase this in a way that does not throw Fox under the bus? Well, characters are just functions. I'm really feeling that now, man. God, Sagat is a goddamn Rekka character, man. It's like, here's Viper. She plays like you remember her, kind of. Just like, yeah, he plays the way you remember. Kind of, you know. He has the high and low fireballs, right? They don't function the same way because we had to gut that to make room for his fucking Rekka. But, you know, he still has them. We just cut his fireballs in half. So instead of having 12 variants of a fireball, you get 6. But you know, he has high and low fireballs, so you know it's basically Sagat. Sagat is about the high and low fireballs. The characters in Street Fighter 6 are very much a monkey's paw kind of deal. Cause like, yeah, Sagat, he's there. He has his longer buttons. He has his fireballs. But you don't play him in that way. You play him as a Rekka character. You play him as a You play Sagat as a close range character. Fucking crazy, man. So again, Crimson Viper, a character that is meant to be ambiguous at all times. A mental stack character. It's like, yeah, she could do that, but now it costs bar. And if you want to, so you have to play Viper as a buttons character, which is something that she was not deliberately designed, but by the end point of Street Fighter 4, I mean, by Ultra Street Fighter 4, Capcom understood the kind of playstyle that Viper had because of the pro players that played her. So at that point, she was deliberately designed to not play neutral. She is not a neutral character. So I don't know, man. I still would not put her as a waste of slot, but it's like, you compromise this character in a way, much like Sagat, you compromised this character in a way that made nobody happy. You made him good, you know, like Bison. Bison is no longer a charge character, is no longer a full-on charge character. He's half and half. You compromise his character in a way that didn't make Bison players happy, but he's really strong and really easy. So you know, you could play Bison and get your easy dubs. But for true diehard fans of the character, it's like, this isn't what I wanted from him. He's meant to play in a very specific way, and you got rid of that for people that hate your game, because you have to design this character around modern controls and, you know, World Tour. Like the one-on-one fighting game is kind of taking a backseat to these other side modes that are meant to get people into the 1v1 fighting game. And it's like, how much of your game are you willing, how much competitive integrity are you willing to sacrifice to get more numbers in? And considering how insanely popular Street Fighter 6 is in Japan, Capcom doesn't give a shit. And I can't blame them for it. Because for as much as the hardcore people that are spurned and burned by these changes to their characters and how the game plays, so many more people are playing Street Fighter 6. There is such a large injection of fresh blood into Street Fighter 6 that the woes of the competitive scene are negligible. And as someone that has no love for the FGC at large, I don't care. And I don't blame Capcom for not caring either. That's more of a downer than I wanted. Let's continue watching this trailer. Fuck. Burn kick! Frame kill, crouching jab, burn kick. Not cross up though, so that might be light burn kick. Because I feel like a character like Viper should have canned mix-ups, so heavy burn kick should be a cross-up. At the very least, heavy burn kick should just be a cross-up. On its own.
Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do.
Burn kick. Burn kick follow-up. Oh, that's good. They kept that at least. I talked about this earlier during the K-Bed match. Air special that stalls jump momentum so that Viper could go over Ed's DP, counter with the burn kick. Wait, was that a counter? Was that a counter hit? Was that a plus counter? I don't think that was a counter hit. Yeah, I think that's a punish counter, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Size, yeah, there it is. That's Viper right there. That's Viper. This is how you play Viper. Seismo. High jump, burn kick. That is the core essence of how Viper is played. But that costs meter. But that costs you 2 bars. Because I'm assuming these follow-ups also cost 1 bar, right? They also, I noticed that all of her follow-ups from her specials leave her at point-blank range on knockdown, which is really fucking strong. That's worth the bar. If the follow-ups were 2 bars, I'd be worth it. That's so fucking strong. Seismo. Ooh, wait a minute. What is that? Wait, what was that? Okay. Seismo. Definitely medium Seismo. Medium Seismo. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Okay. So, Seismo hits, right? Seismo. Cancel into high jump. This is a high jump cancel. So, oh, shit. Okay. I can't believe they kept that. Yeah, you were able to high jump cancel off of Seismos in Street Fighter 4. They kept that. So high jump cancel into Seismo again. So they kept that. They kept high jump cancel. So Seismo. Cancel into high jump. Cancel pre-jump frames into another Seismo. Bam. That's good. High jump cancel again. So that's 2 bars, by the way. Wait, hold up. Is that burn kick? Is that just a burn kick? No, that's burn kick. That's a high jump. That's straight up burn kick. Wait, no. High jump cancel. High jump cancel into burn kick. Bam! And then burn kick follow up. Drop kick, very nice. Yeah, so when I think of Viper, that scenario is exactly what I think of when I think of Viper. Seismo cancel, high jump cancel, burn kick, that's Viper right there. what's this, like 4 seconds? What's this, like 4 seconds of footage? Yeah, that 4 seconds of footage. That is peak Viper. Finally, a new female character in Mortal Kombat. I'm scared of fighting player that look for frame timing and shit. I don't need to be afraid, Silencer. When you, it's part of the fun of fighting games. Is like just frame timing and stuff. That's part of the fun of fighting games. When you reach a certain level. What I think of Viper is how much posts on R34 after how much posts on R34 should get after the release. I think there will be a large uptick in Rule 34 posts on Viper. Because her new design, as much as I don't like it, I like her classic design more. But her new design really leans into like the whole office lady thing. And she's got like the fucking tights and shit. She's got the cleavage shirt. She's got a backless shirt. Like her new design is definitely a lot sexier than her old design. So it's definitely gonna get a lot of people drawing the new outfit. Personally, I like the older, like more Men in Black inspired secret agent outfit of her Street Fighter 4 design, which is obviously gonna be her outfit too. Like obviously gonna be her outfit too, but I get it. It is a more appealing design, and that might be intentional to try and get more people to like her. Right? But again, I don't know if the Gambit's gonna work, right? Because they tried the same thing with Juri, right? Where Juri is a very attractive character in Street Fighter 4, but she was really hard to fucking play, which meant that nobody played her. So, but she was so popular that in Street Fighter 5 they had to bring her back because she was such a breakout success. Because Capcom thought Viper was going to be the breakout successful character, which is why she was in Marvel 3. She was like the only Street Fighter 4 character in Marvel 3, which is why. So they thought, oh yeah, Viper's going to blow up, and then she never really did. It was Juri that was the big blow. That was the big success. So she was brought back in Street Fighter 5. Nerfed her gameplay to not nerf. They dumped her the fuck down to get more people to play her. It worked, but she wasn't really all that good. Street Fighter 6, kind of the same thing. She's nowhere near the level the complexity that she was in Street Fighter 4, but she definitely is more complex than she was in 5. So they're trying to find this balance where she's like she's not an easy win. You have to work a little bit for her wins. Not too much, but a little bit. I would argue they didn't get the balance right because her level, there is absolutely no reason to ever use. There is never any reason to use Juri's level 2, which sucks. I really like Feng Shui Engine. I think it's fun. Like, imagine giving a character custom combo and that character is bad. Like, that's how bad they fucked up with Juri. That she has custom combo and she doesn't even need it. Write it down in the realms. We need classic characters in series on a fucking home leader, John Cena. Reminds me of Giorno. Yeah, I could see it. Tan skin, red hair, agent character. Yeah, I could see that. Although, doesn't matter because Vanessa is better than both of them. You want to talk about the original? You want to talk about... Wait, do I have it? I don't have it. Hold up a second. Hold up. Hey. Where is it? I need a good one. I need a good one. What am I doing? I need to go to... Okay. I'm stupid. Hold up a minute. TFG, my beloved. I'm gonna do a slight tangent to TFG because of course I am. Hold up. Hey. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. TFG, my beloved. Characters. V for Vanessa. Oh, Vanessa Luz is in here. I forgot Virtual Fighter cards in here. You want to talk about the original tan skin, red hair, MILF secret agent in fighting games? It has to go to Vanessa. It has to go to Vanessa. Although she's a bit less. Although, to be fair, her tan kind of changes depending on what game you're in. It's inconsistent. Oh, I got that. That's it. Oh, this one's nice. This one's good. Although, it's a good composition. Not quite a fan of, is that beer? Beer can. Yeah, this one. Fucking the Neo Wave art. The original red hair MILF agent in fighting games. Gotta love it. Fucking Vanessa, man. Anyway, back to the trailer. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right at Dawn of the Realms, we need classic characters from the series, not fucking Homelander or John Cena. As much as I hate guest characters, they do sell. Mortal Kombat had a lot of things going against it. But I think... I don't know about Omni-Man. I think Homelander was an okay choice. He's violent. He fits the tone of the series where it's like violent but also like irreverent. Omni-Man is just, how do we put Injustice Superman into this game, right? Well, actually, both Homelander and actually, I take that back. Homelander and Omni-Man were both different flavors of Injustice Superman, because it was very disgustingly obvious that Mortal Kombat 12 was supposed to be Injustice 3, but not NRS. WB said make another Mortal Kombat game because it makes more money, and then put the game out immediately despite not having enough time to refine it. It's an unfortunate game. I do quite like it. I do quite like Mortal Kombat 12. I wish my computer ran it good. The only reason I don't play Mortal Kombat 12 as much as I want to is because my computer can't fucking run it very well. So that's unfortunate. But I do, from what I have played of it, I do like the game. Yeah, I know that NetherRealms is making Injustice 3. I know. Hopefully WB will give NRS time to polish it and make it good. But who knows? Let's see. Just so you know, I never played Street Fight Tet. I never played Street Fight Tet. I only saw Chun-Li and Cammy porn on the internet. Chun-Li has a lot of porn. Yep. Cammy and Chun-Li have a lot of porn. Classic characters, very attractive characters. Makes sense. They're both also, like, generally just really good characters. I'd say that they have learned... Well, Cammy less so. Chun-Li has a pretty big learning curve, because you have to play defensively you have to play defensively in an offensive game. So Chun-Li's kind of hard to play effectively, but she's good. Good character. Cammy is fucking Unga. Just space out your dive kicks, you'll be fine. Still think Gal theme is one of the best video game OC of all time. Street Fighter has really good music. Not gonna argue that. Very nice, very patriotic. Supposedly it was originally going to be Ken's theme, but they swapped out Ken's and Gal's themes because they felt that having your Air Force character associated with a song that is very reminiscent of Mighty Wings might get them sued. So if I remember correctly, it was a last minute decision to swap out Ken and Guile's themes in Street Fighter 2. But it worked out well. I think Guile's theme has enough of a patriotic fervor to it that it perfectly matches Guile as a character. Let's see. Tekken, we'll get Armor King soon. That'll be good. Sure. Armor King is a cool character, and he is going to be DLC bait eternally. Armor King is kind of the Akuma of Tekken games, where like he's like the really cool alternative to like a mainstay character that has like all the really cool shit. So he is never going to be base roster again. He is always going to be DLC character. He's like a character that people are willing to pay for, guaranteed every single time. Now that one's making just a game. I already said that. Really wish it won't be just James Gunn superhero characters for Injustice 3. That might happen. The problem with like DC and Marvel games is that they are so heavily tied to the actual movies and like Netflix series now that it basically determines what the roster is going to be. So like the roster is going to be like a couple of, you know, you get your Superman, your Batman, obviously. Like you'll get the flagships. You'll get like a handful, like 2 or 3, like really, really niche deep cut characters. And then the rest of them are going to be like, all right, here are characters that we are planning to make movies of or Netflix shows of in the next like 3 years. So put them in this game as like marketing material, basically. I mean, that's what Marvel 3 did. But thing was, it was planned so far in advance that nobody knew who Marvel's side of the roster was. Nobody knew who the fuck the Guardians of the Galaxy was when Marvel 3 came out. Nobody knew who Iron Fist was. Nobody knew who Doctor Strange was when Marvel 3 first came out. But Marvel played the long game, and the movies made those characters household names. So, and then you got Marvel Infinite. It was like, oh yeah, fuck all that shit. Put Winter Soldier and Black Panther over like, put in the fucking MCU characters in the game, and not like classic characters from the Marvel games that have like bankrolled this series, bankrolled your fucking name. People forget this. The original Capcom Marvel games did a lot to boost Marvel's popularity in their characters and their IPs. Obviously, it wasn't single-handedly. Like, the Spider-Man movies did a lot, the Blade movies did a lot, but like for a long time, Marvel was struggling for a long time. Almost coasting entirely off of Spider-Man. And then Capcom put out those Marvel games and like exploded the popularity of like Marvel IPs. Both in America and in Japan. Because those games were, everybody loves the Marvel versus Capcom games. I hated them except me. I hated them for a long time, but even I begrudgingly respected them for what they did for 2D fighting games, even if I didn't like them for a long time. Obviously, going to be Harley Quinn. She had on the HBO show. Harley Quinn is a guaranteed because, like, Harley Quinn is always popular despite DC's attempts to ruin that by paradoxically trying to make her more popular. Paradoxically, WB's attempts to make Harley Quinn more popular makes her less popular. And it leads to like oversaturation and a misunderstanding of why people liked Harley Quinn in the first place. Anyway, yeah, Harley Quinn's gonna be in there, and she's gonna look like a fucking whore. But she'll definitely get a DLC costume of the classic Harley Quinn outfit, and people will just pretend to ignore how much of a downgrade her character's been in for the past, let me check my watch here, 20 years. She became a parody of herself. Yeah. Anyway, let me get back to this trailer here. You know, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning of the gameplay. I don't like that heavy kick doesn't have a follow-up. Bam, bam. No follow-up. I don't like that. I think that's heavy kick, right? So, some characters, what heavy kicks being cancelable is a character-specific thing. I think all heavy kicks are super cancelable, but not necessarily special cancelable. So the fact that she did jump heavy kick into stand heavy kick with no follow-up makes me think that her heavy kick is going to be super cancelable, but not special cancelable. Okay, so that's forward heavy kick, obviously. Bam, bam. No follow-up. Probably going to be only level 3 cancelable. Crouching, medium kick, high jump cancel. cross up jump, medium kick, crouching heavy kick. That did not combo very clearly. You still can't understand how I can play fighting games with all those effect neon lighting and explosion bullshit. Well, thankfully, Street Fighter 6 has a lot of quality of life changes. You can turn a lot of these off. You can turn them off or like lower them in quality settings. And that's what I do. Jump heavy punch, spike, elbow, throw.
Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do.
Alright. Thunder Knuckle feint. Ed does his 2-piece fireball, Thunder Knuckle feint. Low Thunder Knuckle to go under the fireball. Bam. No follow-up. Crouching medium punch camps. Wait. Is that a normal counter or a punish counter? It sounded like a punish counter. What did he do here? That's a punish counter, because that's Ed's standing medium punch. So that's Viper does crouching medium punch, punish counter, which gives more frame advantage, into medium Thunder Knuckle. So here's a question. Here's a question. Does this only combo on punish counter? Because again, in Street Fighter 4, one of the core elements of Viper's offense is crouching medium button, whether medium punch or medium kick, crouching medium button into Thunder Knuckle. Like, that is core to how her offense is in Street Fighter 4. So if this only combos on punish counter, that is going to do a lot to nerf her as a character. I don't know if I like that. Follow up, right, the metered follow up leaves her point blank. Hold up. Right. Point blank follow up. Crouching jab on frame kill, crouching jab. Burn kick. Ed tries to do a throw. Wait, when did he try to throw actually? Wait, when did he try to throw? So he's getting up. Okay, so Viper's already in the air. Okay, so it looks like burn kick is going to be throw invincible. Alright, that's fair. Like, not strike invincible, obviously, but like, it could be like a throw reversal. Right, there it is. Again, air burn kick to snuff out Ed's snatcher. Meter follow-up. Okay, jump. Wait. Okay, so does meter follow-up. Close range. Range 0. Okay. Ed does a backwards wake-up roll. Viper jumps forward. Ed does his jab DP. Very fast, very good. Viper uses light kick, aerial light kick, burn kick. Wait. That was light kick, right? Yeah, light kick, burn kick to counter. Very nice. Then we get peak Viper gameplay. Seismo, medium Seismo. High jump cancel into medium Seismo again. High jump cancel, burn kick to catch the jump. I like it even more. It's funny in slow mo. The fucking lightness come from my hand and make enemies laugh. It's because yeah. It's cartoon bullshit. It's great. It's not meant to be realistic. It's meant to be exaggerated. It's meant to look cool. And sometimes to make things look cool, you have to make things less realistic. Okay, so that is burn kick follow-up. Wait. Not as close as the other two, but still really close. That might be close enough range to do a tick throw, honestly. Like jab tick throw. Like not jab, micro walk tick throw. Yeah. Alright, burn kick. What do we got? Cross up burn kick. Okay, but wait, what is the context of this? First of all, number one, did this cost bar? Yes, it did. That's a high jump. that glow here, that's a high jump. So high jump, air burn kick, which carries her jump momentum. And Ed is okay. So the range on this is a lot less than it looks, because as we can see here, you're showing it off of the trailer, right? Ed is walking forward so that the cross up, so you can see that it's a cross up. So cross up burn kick, probably medium. Hold up, what the fuck? Is she a fucking scorpion? Why her legs make those hellfire thing? It's her boot. So Viper is a character that has advanced technology in her gloves and her boots. She has lightning gloves and fire boots. She presses a button to activate her tech gadgets, and they have lightning and fire and thunder effects. It's pretty cool. Because her thing is that she's a secret agent. She has all this secret technology that other characters don't have. Okay, so cross up burn kick. Side smoke cancel into heavy thunder knuckle. Wait. What was that? That's not right. Wait, hold up. Okay. Thunder knuckle cancel. No, thunder knuckle feint. I want to use proper terminology here. Thunder knuckle feint. Ed jumps. Viper does heavy thunder knuckle because that's an anti-air. So all three versions of her thunder knuckle are intact, which is good. Okay. So what the fuck is this? Thunder knuckle, feint. Ed does drive impact, which is basically armor. In Street Fighter, every person Superman can do magic and shit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, every character in Street Fighter has either magic powers or advanced technology. I think Zangief does it. Zangief is the only character that does it, but he's a really big guy that can just throw you all over the place and ragdoll you, so he doesn't really need it. But yeah, basically every character has some form of magic powers. Or is basic superhuman. Like you have to remember, in Street Fighter 2, there was a minigame where you would just beat up a car with your bare hands. Like that is the starting power level of a Street Fighter character. Is can you punch a car till it explodes? Can take nukes? Yes. Can take nukes? Yes. Characters, the fighters in Street Fighter are superhuman. Okay, what the hell is this? This is not a drive impact. So what is this? Wait, okay. So Thunder Knuckle, feint, Ed does drive impact, which is basically an armored counter move, basically. And Viper puts up a defensive stance and count. So Viper has a counter now. So that's her new thing. They gave her a fucking counter. But it doesn't wait. So she does the counter, and Ed is armored. But then she does another kick. So wait. So the second kick breaks armor, I guess? No. Wait. No, because that didn't have the armor shattering sound effect to it. Maybe. Okay. Maybe Viper did this late enough so that the armored frames on the drive impact wore out, so that by the time she's at the second kick, the armor frames wore out, and bam. Because that's during recovery. So that means that. Because that's during recovery. So that means that the armor frames are gone now. So the second kick actually does work as a proper counter to DI. What are these hitboxes? Well, let's see. Yeah, that's a DI right there. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. What the fuck are those hitboxes? Drive impacts in Street Fighter 6 have very long range because they are meant to be a constant threat during the match. So they have really long range and they have armor, but the side effect is that they cost bar to do and they're really slow. But they're still fast enough to catch you off guard if you weren't looking for them. It is one of the when Capcom makes a fighting game, particularly a Street Fighter game, they tend to have overwhelmingly powerful overwhelmingly powerful universal mechanics. And the ones in Street Fighter 6 are basically anything is the drive system. Drive impacts, drive rush, drive reversal, drive rush, drive impact, drive reversal, right? Overdrive, right? Overdrive. All of these drive moves cost drive meter, which is arguably more important to arguably more important to your character than your actual health bar. They are overwhelmingly powerful mechanics that use the drive meter. However, hold up. So here's the thing. The startup of So Viper starts doing her counter move. And it didn't cost bar until she got hit, which is when she had armor. I don't know if this counter costs bar or not. Okay, wait. Jump up fireball. Back throw. And that looks close enough to do a normal dash into another throw. Wait, never mind. Yeah, never mind. That's a drive rush throw loop right there. Thank God you're more of a shooter guy. Its gameplay is more reasonable than that. I can't say that bad, just over the top maybe, and you start like an enemy for understanding that. I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of shooters you like. Judging by your statement, I guess you're more into like military shooters like Battlefield and COD, right? As opposed to more like exaggerated shooters like Titanfall or Apex or I don't know, third shooter game, Overwatch, I guess, where characters are more exaggerated, more outlandish, and have like magic powers and shit. Oh, just Doom? Which Doom? Like New Doom or Old Doom? And which of the new Dooms? Where's what's up? But yeah, anyway, yeah, there is a very specific style of like how Street Fighter handles things that are over the top that you just might not click with, and that's fine. I get it. His gameplay is more reasonable than that. Old Doom where there are 100 shells per shotgun. Okay, Old Doom. DOS Doom. Okay. I'm pausing because I'm trying to think of a fighting game that you might like. Because to be fair, the whole like particle effects hell that this game is, that you can turn down. Although, to be fair, it is relatively recent in terms of the larger genre of fighting games. I mean, some games were always particle effects hell. Like Killer Instinct always was absolutely insane with its particle effects, even in 1994. But I'm trying to think. Honestly, Older's can't play finance games. I'm a keyboard guy. Well, you would be happy to know that you can play fighting games on keyboard because let me hold up. Hold up a second. MILF agent. Hold up. MILF agent jump scare. You can most certainly play fighting games on keyboard because there is that is not what I wanted to look up. That is the wrong thing. Because in fighting games, a lot of people have specialized controllers called hitboxes. And hitboxes, I'm not actually going to plug this one. This is like Agent... Oh, God, stop. And a hitbox is basically a keyboard that is designed specifically to play fighting games. Not even joking. Because there are so many people that started playing fighting games with like emulation and Fightcade that over time there was a fighting game controller that is very specifically like there is such thing as moving sticks. Well, you see here, as you can tell here, there is no movement stick. You see these buttons here, this button here, like you move entirely with buttons. This is a fighting game keyboard. And the thing is, you don't even really even need that, because like with the way this button layout is, let's see here. Yeah, you could use ASD and space to control your character. Like ASD space, and then what is this? IOP, like IOPJKL? Or maybe like IOPKL semicolon? Like, no, you could... Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a this hitbox here. This is a keyboard layout. Like maybe UIO, right? UIO. Yeah. Looks like title. The fuck is this? Darren Root, welcome. This is a hitbox. This is what is basically speaking a keyboard designed to play fighting games. Let me guess it costs $100. Stop. I mean, this is just I just looked up hitbox. This one is like $300, but that's like a high-end model. You don't need that much. You can play fighting games on keyboard. You can play fighting games on the keyboard you have right now. It's very simple. This is like this thing here. These are enthusiast devices. These are like for people. These are okay. A hitbox like this, which is like $300. This is the equivalent of people that buy like those custom keyboards with like all the fancy key switches and shit. This is like the fighting game equivalent of those kinds of things. You can play fighting games on your normal keyboard. I mean, fighting games at this point all have keyboard configurations because of how many people play fighting games on PC now. Whose hands are they made for? I don't know. I don't play all hitbox. I don't fucking know. Generally these things are one size fits all. But a lot of people that are really into controllers and customized controllers, they just make their own hitboxes. They make their own sticks, they make their own hitboxes, they make their own controllers. And some of them get really fucking dumb. Like, people just do absolutely dumb shit. Oh, fuck off with that. Like, yeah, it is not uncommon for people to make controllers out of like shoe boxes. Just like whatever shit you have lying around. Shoe boxes, pizza boxes, Tupperware. Like, fuck. I mean, yeah, you could get like an all-out custom-made thing, or you can just like get a guy to make one for you out of whatever bullshit, or here's just a block of wood. Oh, fuck Pinterest. Yeah, here's an arcade stick that is just a block of wood. Some people turn old consoles into hitboxes. Jeez, you know what my keyboard looks like? Just type A4 Tech F style or no numpad. That's unfortunate you don't have a numpad, because numpad will actually help you. Knowing if you are intimately familiar with what a numpad looks like, you will be able to play fighting games, because there's something called numpad notation, but I'll get into that. Let me see here. A4 Tech F-styler. No numpad. A-Tech F-styler. If it works, it works. Exactly. I'm going to assume it's something like this. For the sake of, for the sake of the conversation, I'm going to assume that your keyboard looks something like this. So let's see here. Exactly. Okay. So let's see. ASD space. ASD space. UIOP left bracket JKL semicolon. You can have enter and backspace. Well, okay. You can have 1 be your start button. 1 and 2 can be start and select. Like, yeah, you can play fighting games on the keyboard. And that's like, if we're going for like more of a hitbox style, and that's assuming you're going for like a more hitbox style layout, because ignoring that, you can just move with arrow keys or move with WASD, WSAD, and just use, you know, JKL, IOP, JKL. Like, yeah. You can play fighting games on the keyboard. Absolutely. Like I said, so many people have been playing fighting games on keyboard for so long that people have been making custom controllers for it, which were the hitboxes, and they are like, in terms of top play, in terms of technical proficiency, the best controllers for fighting games. So much so that they were shortly banned because of you could use combinations that were not possible. You know, like you could press, you know, like for example, like for A and like for example, like you could press back and forward. You can hold both of these down at the same time, and because the game didn't know what to do when you did that, and it would break a lot of older games. WASD plus shift plus mouse 1. Called Counter-Strike. WASD shift mouse 1. I don't know if you can play fighting games on mouse. I'm sure that some insane person has managed to figure it out, but I never tried that. How'd that work, huh? I guess like, I mean, I have a regular mouse. Like, I don't have one of those gaming. I don't have an MMO mouse. I have like a regular ass mouse. I have like 2 buttons, back and forth button, and a scroll wheel. But I mean, if you have like one of those fucking MMO mouses with like 10 programmable buttons, you could do something with that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, no, bro. Silencer. You can just download Fightcade. Download the JSON ROM pack. You can totally play fighting games on keyboard. It's a lot less daunting than you would think. Although, I would say don't play a grappler. The absolute like one negative of playing fighting games with keyboard is playing grappler and having to do like 360 motions. That part's fucked up. But like, outside of that, like, you're fucking golden. Play a charge character. Play a character like, you know, Guile. You like Guile, you like his theme, play Guile. Charge characters are really good on keyboard. Actually. I think of all characters, charge characters benefit the most from being played on keyboard. Best mouse ever is a Logitech. I have a Logitech. Let me check here. Logitech G903. That's what I use right now. I've had it for a couple years. It's really good. Solid build quality. It's nice and weighty, solid build quality. I like it a lot. Comfortable to hold. Scroll wheel gets stuck every now and then, but outside of that, like, I have nothing bad to say about this mouse. Okay. Back to the trailer. Get rid of this. Okay. Do I have sound still on? Yes. All right. All right. Here's where I left off. Back throw. Oh, that's interesting. So this drive rush into crouching medium kick. So the fact that crouching medium kick is one of the defining buttons in, I mean, Street Fighter in general, but especially in Street Fighter 6. Like, your crouching medium kick almost determines how good your character is how good is your character's crouching medium kick. So this one looks pretty good. It has pretty long range, but the thing about it is that you may have noticed that after the crouching medium kick, she doesn't cancel into a special move. She actually links into, what is this? Crouching heavy punch. And that special cancels into Seismo, high jump cancel, burn kick, into Super 1. So, what this tells me is that, well, it tells me a couple of things. Number one, back throw. Back throw, drive, rush. And from the start of her crouching medium kick, this tells me that you can do a drive rush throw loop with Viper. Her drive rush is fast enough and travels far enough to do a drive rush throw loop. More importantly than that, though, this makes me think that Viper's crouching medium kick is not special cancelable, which is a huge departure from how she played in Street Fighter 4. Viper's crouching medium kick was cancelable in Street Fighter 4, was a special cancelable in Street Fighter 4, and that was, again, a core part of her gameplay, because you would do crouching medium kick into Thunder Knuckle or into high jump cancel or into a special thing, and that's not here. So again, sanding down the more extreme aspects of Viper's character to make her more palatable to fit within the confines of Street Fighter 6's engine. Is she new? Yes, Viper. Okay, well, technically, Viper has not been released yet. She releases. She releases this month because characters in Street Fighter 6 are like released by seasons. So for the summer season, you had Elena. No, fuck. For the summer season, you had. Wait, hold on. I forgot how fast the turnaround is. Yeah, Elena, Sagat. For summer you have Sagat, and then for autumn you have Viper. Winter will get Ingrid, and spring of next year will get Alex. Speech of availability of playing. Wait, hold up. Viper looks like something to defend against Chun-Li. Maybe. We'll see. Because Chun-Li is a very defensive character, and the problem is that Viper generally is a character that does not have big combos. She really just wants to put you in one. She wants to put you in constant guessing games. So her whole thing is like knock down into some crazy shit on your wake up, and you just have to guess which of her 20 billion options she's going to do. But again, Street Fighter 6, a lot of characters in Street Fighter 6 are built around having guaranteed damage, which is something that Viper doesn't really do. So it's going to be difficult to try to see how she places within Street Fighter 6, because a lot of the things that characters want to do in Street Fighter 6 are things that Viper, the way Viper plays in Street Fighter 4 is almost antithetical to how Street Fighter 6 works in its game systems. So again, it's an interesting character, and a very much a deliberate choice to put a character like this into Street Fighter 6. But at the same time, in order to make her work within the confines of how the game how the game plays, you'd have to sand down a lot of her bullshit. And Viper is a character that is defined almost entirely by her bullshit. So it's like, how much are you going to get rid of to make her work within the confines of this game? Okay, hold on. Let me scroll back up here. The speech of availability of fighting games with any controllers really felt like that Osu playing thing where you can play it with a mouse, keyboard, and mouse, or that drawing table that you can mix all of them. Yeah, you can't do that. Fighting games at this point, fighting games are incredibly modular with how you are able to play them. Oh boy, you want to see some shit. Hold up. You want to see some fucking fighting game controllers? Give me a minute here. Oh, give me a minute. What was this fucking thing called? Was it a mix box? Was that what it was called? Right, I should probably have this on screen. Mix box. Was it this thing? Mix box. Not what I was looking for, but really funny. Here's a fucking hitbox with a fucking keyboard WASD movement buttons. This isn't the exact thing I wanted to show you off, but this also just it only proves my point of how modular fighting game controllers have been have been recently. Look at this shit. Oh fuck. You don't have an active live stream on YouTube. Oh fuck, did my YouTube shit itself? Hello? Are we still here? Testing, 1, 2. Are we still here? Okay, I'm on YouTube. It says it's still here. Okay. There's a little bit of a... YouTube did a little fucky wucky. A little oopsie doodle. Oops, we made a little fucky wucky ooh woo. Okay, I'll give some people time to get back up here. Let's see here. But still, it's more about easy for learn, hard to master type of games. Like for starting to enjoy the types of games, you need to at least learn and practice move. Okay, okay. You need to be learn and practice for a character. Not only those, right? The knowledge. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, hold up. I'll wait for people to get back up here while I try to search for. I will, you know what? Open a new tab. So there's that. All right, cool. I need to find this fucking thing. Fighting game controllers. Start there. Half. Was it a half? Was it half stick? What the fuck was this thing called? What was this called? Actually, I know who. You know what? I think Nihongo Gamer had something on it. Was it Nihongo Gamer? Yeah, let me check. I think Nihongo Gamer had a video on this. Because Nihongo Gamer basically just... Nihongo Gamer loves two things. He loves his coffee, and he loves custom controllers. I'm trying to see if he has one on what I'm thinking of specifically, though. Let's see. Let's see if I could find this bastard. Isn't that your keyboard? No, it's not. Bro, look at this fucking thing. Look at this fucking thing.
Unhinged thing. But when you
Look at this. Look at it. It's a hitbox that folds in half.
need it anymore, you can
Look at
fold
that
it like
shit!
this, and you hold it like a shopping bag. I'm pretty sure the last time I saw
The GameCube of hitbox controllers. Remember the Crowcat video about the fighting game community? No. Wait, hold up. I think so. Wait. Oh yeah, the brilliant fighting game community. Yeah. I remember these. Yeah, I saw a lot of these live.
what I have here may appear to be only half a controller, but in fact it is the most
Fucking thing.
unhinged thing you've ever seen. Welcome back, I'm Nihongo Gamer.
Oh yeah, right. I don't know if you saw this one. I don't know if my live stream was up when this came up. But yeah, look at this shit. Look at this. Fight stick. It's a hitbox with fucking keyboard WASD buttons, just to show off how modular fighting game controllers have been. But there's one very specific controller that I need to look at my DMs. Hold up. I need to check my DMs. I need to check my DMs because I can say you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. I care, and that's enough for me. I need to show this shit off. Fuck off. Fuck off, Discord. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Bro, look at this shit. Look at this fucking thing. On the left hand is like a normal controller, and then on the right, it's a fucking, like, half an arcade stick. And thing is, I'm really tempted to get one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tempted to get this. Because there are certain games that are, there are certain fighting games that are truly meant, that are meant for the arcade button layout. But I never quite got the handle of using a stick. So this might have to be my my way of playing this. Look at this shit. Anyway, I need to look back up your comment earlier. Still, fighting games are easy to learn, hard to master. To start enjoying those games, you need to be learned, you need to be practiced for a character. Not only that, there's always, each character has a counter and all. You need to know that stuff. So I hope I'll be able to properly explain this. I truly hope that I can properly explain this. Silencer, I need you to listen to me. That is one of the longest running misconceptions about fighting games, is that you need to be hold up. It's similar where there are keyboards that nerds pay hundreds of dollars for custom made mechanic keyboards, like really funny for that, how to matter, how it sounds and all. Well, it's an enthusiast hobby. Some people just really like keyboards. Some people just really like the inner workings of keyboards and controllers and shit. Like these things here, this shit that this thing right here, this abomination of a thing that I kind of want. This is for an enthusiast. This is for people like me that are neck deep in this shit. All right. Normal people aren't gonna use this. This is not for an average novice beginner, even arguably not even for intermediate players. Like this isn't for that. This is for people that are absolutely well, actually, I would say, I'm not even gonna say I'm neck deep in this shit, because neck deep is people that are like travel for tournaments and shit. I'm not that far in. I'm like waist deep in this shit. But I've been playing fighting games my entire life, and I enjoy them a lot. It's my favorite genre of game. But even I can tell you, like this here, 80% of people that play fighting games do not need this. Do not need to even know that this thing exists. It's not for them. PC building. Like, you can understand it comes to PC building. Yeah. this is the equivalent of people that custom build PCs, right? It's not for most people. However, for keyboards, it's the same as by office keyboards. It maybe only feels better. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, office stuff. Yeah, if you're buying a peripheral, office stuff gets you far. Office stuff really does go far. Like, I have an office chair right now. It's old, but it does me well. Look, it's an office chair I bought for like $200. I've had this thing for like 5 years now, and it still feels as good as the day I put it together. Anyway, and it's really nice because it's a mesh one too, so it doesn't get too hot during the summer, it doesn't get too cold during the winter. It's real nice. Anyway, one of the largest misconceptions of fighting games is how hard they are to get into. And I do not blame people for having that idea of fighting games, because fighting games do an absolutely terrible job of showing people how fun they are on a basic level. On a basic level, fighting games are about the coolest characters you've ever seen doing the coolest shit you've ever seen. You pick a cool character and you do cool moves. And your goal is to do cool moves until somebody dies, basically. Right? That's all it's about. All the technical shit are for people like me that like figuring it out, banging your head against the wall until that one niche thing that you really wanted to do actually works, and it's the greatest feeling in the fucking world, right? How to explain this? Fighting games are basically like Tetris. They're like Puyo, right? On a base concept, what is you do in Tetris? You clear lines. That's all you do. When you're first playing Tetris, you're not doing like fucking T-spins, all right? You're not going to be doing Tetris runs. You're not going to be stacking. You're not going to be doing like fucking T-spins, right? You just want to clear the lines. That's all. The more advanced stuff comes later. For a fighting game, all you have to worry about is picking a character that you think looks cool or that you think looks hot, and then just like going in, pressing some buttons, seeing how the character feels. You have to all right, treasure this moment, because I am not going to do this anytime soon. Treasure this moment. I do not like to talk about IGN in any way, much less in a positive way. But IGN... Wait, no. Was it IGN or was it Polygon? Hold up. How to play fighting games and have an okay time. Yes. How to get started with playing fighting games and have a nice time. There are a ton of videos like these. In terms of like fighting game content, there's like 3 types of videos. There is unedited streams of tournaments or pro players Twitch stream tournaments. Hold up, what was it? Yeah, there's 3 types of fighting game content. There's like, here's why you suck videos, unedited Twitch streams of tournaments, and hey, look at video and compilations of super moves, and that's pretty much it. I do not want to talk about. I do not like Polygon. I do not. But this video is surface level enough that I am comfortable showing this to people. It covers enough of the basics and enough of like why fighting games are cool to people that don't understand. I think this is a good video to show people that don't understand why fighting games are cool. But the problem is, does this do it well? Learn to fight. It was a lot of fun until I played. Hold up. I missed some context here. Hold up. Okay, let's see. PC and all, when a Borderlands 4 got launched, it got critics criticized for having bad optimization. That is true. Randy said to just buy a better PC. What a base move like Todd Howard when Starfield was released. Yeah, no, that happens a lot. It's very much like it is the hubris of a lot of people that are on the upper echelon of like video game publishing and developing. They will say like, "Oh yeah, there's the game that run good. Buy a better fucking thing." It's very much what was it? Ken Kutaragi when the PS3 was launching, that when it was $600 and ran like shit. It's like, what was it? You will learn discipline. You will take up a third job to afford a to afford a PS3. Fucking insane shit. There's that one Russian guy I watched. He played Tekken, always raged as hell. It was a lot of fun until he started playing it less. Russian guy. I don't follow Tekken all that much, so I don't quite know who you're talking about. I know there's main man Sui, but he's Swedish, so I don't follow a lot of the Tekken scene, honestly. But again, I'm going to I've been on the internet long enough to understand that the hardest thing that you could ever do is to change somebody's opinion on something. And doubly so when it comes to fighting games, because the worst thing... Hold up a second. I'm going to... It's time. We're going to tea time. We're gonna have a tea time. It's tea time. So, let me be real here. Let me take off my glasses. I'm being serious here. I need to take off my glasses. I'm being real here. Fighting games are... I do not blame people for thinking fighting games are hard to get into. Because for a lot of people that are into fighting games are like, they're autistic. A lot of people that are playing fighting games are artistic. They are artistic. They love number crunching. They love all the micro interactions that come from every single second of gameplay. And I'm one of them too. But for fighting games, right, the hardest barrier for entry is not controls. It is that a lot of new players care way too much about KD ratio. Shooters have this problem as well. A lot of people are absolutely obsessed with KD ratio. And if my KD ratio is bad, then I'm not having fun. Right? It's that kind of person, right? And, you know, fighting games have those kind of players as well, right? There's a reason why Scrub Quotes is an evergreen Twitter account. But for new players, I cannot stress enough that all you really need is a character you vibe with. Is all it takes. All of the super technical shit, all of your combos and all your setups and all this fighting game what's I'm looking for? Impenetrable fighting game jargon bullshit. All of that comes later. All you need is a game, somebody to play with, and a character that you think is cool, that compels you to play. That's all you need. And the problem is that, like, I don't think there's like a fighting game, a modern free fighting game that can really do that. I mean, yeah, 2XKO is the League of Legends fighting game that's coming out soon, but like, it spent so much time refining itself that it misunderstood the core concept of why people would want to play a League of Legends fighting game. That game should have came out like 5 years ago. It should have came out 5 years ago and looked like shit and have like 80 characters in it. But Tom and Tony Cannon care way too much about the game being good to let that happen. So it's an unfortunate position. Dead or Alive have free demos that are okay, but like, Dead or Alive has never been able to compete with Tekken. Virtua Fighter has a demo, and like, Virtua Fighter is extremely good, but like, it doesn't compete with Tekken. They need to call it Arcane Fight Time, and it would get its fandom. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Tying that game's title to Arcane would actually do a lot to help brand it, but I feel like 2XKO was developed in a bubble, not in a bubble, was developed in a vacuum completely away from the marketing of what League of Legends is, or what is it, Hearthstone? Is Hearthstone the League of Legends card game? No, it's Terra something, whatever. I know there's a League of Legends card game. I forget what it's called. But again, it doesn't understand the appeal of League of Legends. So it's going to be a fighting game that is like almost entirely being played by like fighting game sweats, and they're going to basically beat out anybody that would want to get into the game normally, which is the fate of all fighting games. But I hope that there are people involved in the development that understand, that are able to convey why people like fighting games outside of like hardcore sweats and like winning tournaments and shit. Are there arcane skins for Fortnite? I don't know. I don't play Fortnite. I would assume so, considering how fucking popular and how ever present in gaming culture League of Legends is. I assume there is, but I wouldn't know for sure. I don't care about Fortnite. I'm getting ahead of myself. What I just want to say is that if you want to enjoy fighting games, I feel like, much like in a shooter game, you kind of have to ignore your KD ratio. Right? Fighting games are not difficult to get into. They're difficult to master, certainly. And that's part of the fun of them. And part of the fun of fighting games is the what does I call it? I remember talking about this way back in the day. What do I call it? The pursuit of mastery. Pursuit of mastery. There's a reason why Ryu is the poster child of fighting games, because what he wants to do as a what he wants to do as a person, what you want to do as a player are basically the same thing. You want to get better. You want to optimize your fighting, right? This is an stream. Listen up. Yeah, a little bit. I am kind of talking to a wall right now. I am a bit upset. What tea? Cold tea. Cold tea. Cold honey tea. In my fucking knockoff Stanley Cup over here. Pursuit of Mastery is a great one. Yeah, that's what I'm like. The Pursuit of Mastery. But however, before you get to the Pursuit of Mastery, did I see the same place today? No. Apparently, the elf, shut the fuck up. I will not have you shilling my. Elf, shut the fuck up. Oh fuck. All right, it's on stream. Doesn't matter. Damn it. I want to do a thing. Never mind. It just. Oh, whatever. Anyway, shut the hell up, Elf. I will not have you shilling my stream. Stop. Elf, I will ban you. Do not fuck with me. I will ban you. Oh wait, no, I can't unban you, right? Elf, shut the hell up. Anyway, look. So, what was I talking about? Right. Part of the appeal of fighting games, for people that play them for a long time, is the pursuit of mastery, right? Pursuit of mastery. But before you get to the pursuit of mastery, you have to enjoy the game first. And fighting games are very easy to enjoy. They're like, you just pick up and play them. You pick up, you play, you can play for like, how long is it? An hour, half an hour, 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Because matches go by so fast, right? it's how to explain this? I wish I could properly show people why I like fighting games so much. That's part of the reason why I want to start streaming. Like, I really want to show people why I like fighting games so much, but it's so hard to explain because it's something that you can't explain. It's something that you have to feel for yourself when you get into it, you know. And it's I understand. I get why people have a perception of why fighting games are hard to get into because a lot of people front load fighting games, right? Oh, you want to play this? Oh yeah, learn all of this shit. Learn all this bullshit that you are going to immediately forget. What's the first thing that happens when you play a fighting game? You want to go to the tutorial? You want to learn how to play this game? You want this really, really bad tutorial? And it's like, do this fucking, go through this lecture before you can play the game properly. And it's like, it's so aggravating. Fighting games are doing so much to try and get people into them, and it doesn't work because it misunderstands why people want to play games in the first place. It's lowering the skill ceiling does not make people enjoy fighting games more. If anything, it makes people hate them more because top players don't like it, and for newer players, they plateau too easily. So it's like, do I like hurting other people? It's not about hurting other people. Silencer, it's not about hurting people. Fighting games actually have a lot in common with like actual martial arts in terms of the mentality you get when you play them at a better than intermediate level. It's about improving. It's not about hurting people. It's about improving. It's about finding somebody at your skill level and getting better together. It's about testing yourself. It's about trying new strategies out, right? But again, that's for like more intermediate players. That's for more like expert players. At a beginner level, fighting games are just about doing cool moves, picking cool characters, doing cool moves. And it's really as simple as that. But again, that's something you have to experience for yourself. It's not something that can be taught to you. It's not something that you can learn. It's something you have to experience for yourself. But getting people in that door and trying to tell you that, look, yes, fighting games have all these crazy inputs and combos and shit, but you do not need to know them. When you're starting out, you don't need to know that shit. You just need to just get in, hit some buttons, and that's really it, right? And if you cannot find a simple joy in just pressing a button, clocking someone clean in the face and having them fall on the floor, then maybe fighting games aren't for you, and that's fine. But I wish I could find ways to compel people to get new people into fighting games. Not even to become good, become tournament level players. They don't need that shit. You know what? Fuck what I said. I was gonna talk about the Polygon video, and you know what? Fuck the Polygon video. Silencer. I am compelling you. I am on my hands and knees. I am praying. You can't see it. I am on my hands and knees right now. Actually, I'm doing it. No. I am on my hands and knees right now. I am pleading to watch a c.viper slam video. That's all I'm asking for. Let me get back up. Let me sit back down. I'm all on my knees. Ow. I felt that. Ow, shit. Okay. c.viper. All right, let me pull this up. I see you haven't played I have not played Hotline Miami. I do know that quote though. Do you enjoy hurting other people? I do know that is a Hotline Miami quote, but I have not played Hotline Miami. I had the demo on it, I think on my Vita, but I never actually played it. I think. Wait, did it have a demo on the Vita? I don't know. I'll check later. Fuck. My knees ache now. I'm old. Your streamer's old. So, c.viper Slam is a... hold up. Oh, fuck, my knees ache. So, c.viper Slam, hosted by c.viper, which is why it's called the c.viper Slam, is a series it's like a content series where Jam gets a bunch of people, some of which who have never played fighting games in their fucking life. Just it's a team tournament where you get five people of five people of varying skill levels, from top players to people who have never played a fighting game in their fucking life, to just play fighting games for like a week and just see who wins. And if you win, you get like a ticket to Evo and custom controllers and shit, right? Where is the Coney video? The Coney video is the one I want to show. Yeah, this. Not this one. This one. Specifically the Brawl Pro one. Because the Brawl Pro team is fucking excellent.
Whoa! Somebody!
Although this one is for like Tekken. But I am begging you, man. Jam Super Slam. Is he Superman? Honestly, he might be the Superman of fighting games. Jam has done so much for the fighting game scene, and he's really humble about it. Except when he's not, but that's mostly for like a joke. But like he's really humble about it. He's done so much. He's done more than I think he's done more than he realizes. Jam is actually really good at making fighting game content that appeals both to sweats and newcomers. Anyway, I am going to shill this video by Brawl Pro, which is basically a compilation of a bunch of hype moments and aura and funny moments of specifically his team during the first Jam Slam video. And I think this video, more than anything, oh shit, you're on Twitch. My bad. That was the YouTube link. Fuck. I fucked that up. I wanted to put this on Twitch. I can't for some reason. What the fuck? That's odd. I can now do it here then. I guess because it's a link. Will this work? Okay, cool. It does work. So that's on Twitch. I am begging you to take a day. It's quite a long video. I understand that. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but I am begging you to like take, if you can free up a day. You do realize content myself. I do, but I want to link it directly. I want you to watch this. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. It's fine. But I want you to watch this. Because I feel like this video does a lot to... How do I explain this? I think that fighting games are the ultimate friend slop genre. Granted, most of them you can't play like 8 people at a time, right? But I think that the most fun you could ever have is a lobby of like 4 or 5 people in a voice call playing a fighting game together. Not even doing any sweat shit, just doing absolute dumb bullshit. Skip to the Brawl One Ball. Brawl One Ball. Oh, this? Oh, this was an exhibition match. The tournament was already over by this point. But everybody wanted to see the 2 pro players go against each other. This was an exhibition match. This match has nothing to do with the tournament.
Live the stomp. Didn't get the reroll split. CF3. Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Come on, man, you can punish. Yeah.
Actually, the fact that Brawl Pro won with Paul is actually a pretty big deal, because at this point in the game, like,
full launch punishable.
Lei Fei was like I mean, he is still strong now, but he was overwhelmingly strong at this time. He was overwhelmingly strong.
Like, but he drops it.
And Paul is a pretty linear character, all things considered, because, like, yeah, Paul hits really hard, but he's kind of slow. He doesn't have good... He has, like, one good low. Whereas Lei is really strong, good mids, very evasive, hits hard, hits real fucking hard. Good combos, good wall carry, right? And Paul's just, like, kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none, except he has like one really good mid with the Phoenix Smasher, like the one defining mid that he has. Where's all fucking magic characters in Negan? Those guys have honor to play the class characters. Magic characters in Negan. It's not about honor. It's about it's about comfort with your character. Sometimes it's better to play a generic basic character if that is a character that you are comfortable playing with, rather than an overpowered magic character. Because if you are intimately familiar with how your character works, you will be able to beat an overpowered character. Because it all comes down to how well do we know each other's characters. Elisa will always be better. I guess. I don't know where Elisa is, and I never played Elisa. When I play Tekken, I tend to like Hwoarang, Lars. Yeah, mostly Hwoarang and Lars. A little bit of Steve. Who else? Really, mainly those three, really. Granted, I was never like super big into Tekken. I like Tekken, but it was never my main game. Played Brian. Brian has always been good. Solid choice. I don't think Brian has ever been bad in any game he's been in. Anyway, I'm getting way off track here. God, it's been 3 hours and I still haven't finished this trailer. Oh, fuck. I'm like halfway into this trailer. He's broken in Tekken 8, so you don't care. Why does that matter? That shouldn't matter. I mean, yeah, if you're hopping up on doing your ranked grind, and you fight 20 Bryans in a row, and you probably lose half of them because Brian is just really good, then I can understand being disheartening, but I don't see why that should matter. Anyway, all this to say, I don't think Viper's crouching medium kick is going to be special cancelable. Super cancelable, definitely. I don't know if it's going to be special cancelable, which is going to water down her offense. Super 1, it's like her flip kick from her Ultra Combo 1 with it. That's alright. Wait a minute. What the heck? She's got flames coming out of her shoes. Wait. Is her level 1 an install? Like my? Are they gonna is that what they're doing here? Cause that didn't
Let's rock.
Yep, there's a Street Fighter 4 outfit. Oh, wait. Yep, classic. Shimmy. Okay. Crush count. No. Punish counter. Heavy kick. High jump cancel. Thunder knuckle. Wait, that's not Thunder Knuckle. No, wait, yeah. Okay. No, whatever. High jump cancel. Thunder Knuckle cancel. Forward dash. And that's still combo. Yo, she might have sauce, actually. Alright. Punish counter. Heavy kick. High jump cancel. Thunder knuckle cancel. Forward dash. medium punch, OD seismo, high jump cancel, burn kick, heavy thunder knuckle, follow up. That's pretty good. It probably does no damage, but that's pretty fucking good. Jump, medium punch, burn kick. Alright. Anti-it. Woo. New JoJo teaser was out. Have I seen it? Have I seen it? The what? The Steel Ball Run? I have not seen it. I'm gonna wait until it's finished before I watch it. I never cared much about watching shows week to week to week. Watching a show episode week to week to week. I don't care about that. I'll just wait until it's all done and I'll just binge watch it. Woo! Okay, wait. Yeah, I'll jump straight up. Crouching jab. Forward heavy kick. High jump cancel. Okay, wait. Forward heavy kick. Is this counter? What did Gal do? Is this counter? Okay, yeah. So it counters. Gal did what looks like to be a jumping heavy kick, but you know, make a cool thing for the trailer. So Viper, forward heavy kick, hard knockdown, and ground bounces. So hold up here. Forward heavy kick, high jump cancel, thunder knuckle, low thunder knuckle, because it combos because at least on punish counter, the forward heavy kick ground bounces. Very rare in Street Fighter 6. Low knuckle follow up. Did they give Viper focus attack again? What was that? Medium kick? So medium kick. This fucking thing. Counter. Because she did it on whip, so it's not a counter move. Bam, bam. So counter. Crouching medium punch. Seismo. And then this thing again. Bam, bam. Wait a minute. Wait. Crouching heavy punch. Crouching heavy punch. Thunder knuckle feint. Crouching heavy punch again. Oh, we got those back. Drive rush cancel. Heavy punch. Forward heavy punch maybe. High jump. Cancel. Thunder knuckle cancel. Crouching heavy punch. Seismo. High jump. High jump cancel into burn kick. Ooh. I like how her hair animates actually. But yo, I like that her, it looks like the flame. Her glasses are reflecting the flame of the burn kick. That looks really cool. Alright, OD burn kick. into Super 2. No, yeah, Super 2. And now we got a fucking JoJo pose over here. Hey, that's cool. That's our Ultra Combo too from Street Fighter 4. That's nice. DI counter.
I hate to admit.
God, she looks good. I'm normally when Capcom makes an old outfit, they use it. Ooh, wait a minute. I like the scanning. I like that effect. Like it's scanning the area. That's really cool. Outfit looks good too. I'm trying to. Wait a minute. Is the tie animated? I think the tie's animated. Or at least the tie has physics. Because Viper's tie in between her cleavage was a thing that was censored in Street Fighter 4. I wonder if I still have it. Hold up. Let's see. Viper, you cowards don't even smoke crack. Hold up a second. Okay. Hold up a second. Okay, so hold up. So what I'm getting at here is that let's check beta model. Where is it? Beta SF4. No, that's not it either. That's not it either. I can't find this fucking thing. What if I check censorship? Technically, it was censorship. Inconsequential, but still. No, still not there. That is a terrible alternate costume. What the fuck? Okay, I can't find it. I'll have to do a bit more. I'll have. It's something I'll have to look up off stream. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Is this it? If anyone would have it, it's probably a shoryuken.com archive. Mm. Mm. Whatever for. What do I do this one? Still not there. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. However, there is a comparison shot here between Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3 Viper, which that'll have to work. Oh, wait, shit, here it is. Oh, wait, never mind, it's right here. Ah, 2010, Christ. All right, so it's like, will this work? No, it will not. Okay, let's try this one. Will this work? No, it will not. Okay, great. You know what? Fuck it. This won't take no time at all. Well, no more than I already spent. Okay, where is it? Here it is. So, in Street Fighter 4, Viper's introduction game, Agent Lady. Her thing is that she's super hot secret agent lady, right? And in Street Fighter 4, she has big fucking tits. Big fucking tits and a tie right in between them. Real nice, right? So, for some reason, some busybodies got involved. Probably from the American branch. Because this is not the first time this shit happened. But said, you know what? We don't like that. Or, that's offensive. Or, that's too sexual or something for a game meant to be for kids. I don't know what the fucking justification for censorship was, but nevertheless, it was censored. Her tits were made smaller and kind of like flatter, so that instead of her tie here being eaten between her massive fucking titties, it's kind of like resting on top of them. I don't know. It looks real. It looks bad. It looks bad. It looks like shit. And then we get to Marvel, which is like kind of a compromise. They're not as big as they were in the original Street Fighter 4 model, but they're noticeably bigger and rounder than they were in the final version of Street Fighter 4. It's a nice compromise. Also, I like that the tie is like, I like that the tie is purple and not black. Although, to be fair, her tie, I think her tie in Street Fighter 4 is also purple. It's just like a really, really dark purple. Where here it's like, it's more of a vibrant purple. I quite like it. So now we got this. Oh, this is right here. So now we got this. Right? And so to go from that to, let's see here. From that to this, it seems that Street Fighter 6 is going for like, is modeling more closely to, it looks like her proportion are being more accurate to what Street Fighter, the final version of Street Fighter, of the final build of Street Fighter 4. So they're a lot small. So they're a little bit smaller, and her tie is a little bit wider. But it's, at the very least, it's not. Hold up, let me get a frame by frame here. It seems to what Capcom seems to be doing, I'll have to get a better look at it, but what it seems that they're doing is that it's not going to be, aren't going to be as big as they used to be, but the tie itself, you can see here, it's no longer resting on top, because as she turns, you can see a little bit of her other boob. You can see a little bit of her other boob. Because it seems that the tie actually has physics attached to it. So I forgot the point I wanted to make, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just staring at Viper sits at this point. I completely forgot the point I wanted to make. I'm tired. I'm gonna finish this trailer up. And eat. I haven't eaten all day. Right now I remember what I want to do. I want to look more into this like weird parry. Because also speaking of Marvel 3, Viper, because she's like the Street Fighter 4 character, one of the things that she had in Marvel 3 was a straight up focus attack. She had a focus attack, straight up, chargeable, unblockable. Like she had FADCs in Marvel 3. And I'm like, did Capcom just find a way to put FADC into this game? Because this thing is making me a little bit giddy. I'm not gonna lie. Because to be fair, we haven't seen her like use it and then dash out of it. So maybe it's not FADC. They just gave her a fucking armored reversal kind of counter thing. An armored reversal that's not a counter. So I'm glad they kept the rider kick though. I love that shit, man. Wait, what was it? Crouching heavy punch, seismo, heavy jump, high jump cancel, thunder knuckle cancel, drive rush. That'll be actually a really good way to get a drive rush without costing 3 bars. Drive rush, what's that? Crouching medium, crouching heavy punch again? Crouching heavy punch again. Yep. Crouching heavy punch. OD Thunder Knuckle. That's cool, I guess. A bit underwhelming considering the kind of shit that she could do off normal Thunder Knuckle. Until like, woo, wait, hold up. I thought I saw something. First of all, tasteful side boob, but most importantly, bro, look at the ripples on Guile's face, dude. That's an insane detail. For something you're barely gonna see, that's crazy.
I hate to admit.
And blow off the fist. Love it. Vanessa did it better, but you know, I'll take it.
I hate to admit, you're not half bad. Even messed up my makeup.
What the MC? Wait. Is that supposed to be the Avatar character? Wait, is this unique for every character in the game? That'd be a really nice touch if it was. Now on sale. Oh yeah, the game's going for like $20 now. To get people in the game because like, oh, new character hype. Oh, you want to buy game now, right? Woo! You want to buy game now to play hot ladies character. Okay. Bro, I'm tired and I'm hungry. Overall, I'm cautious about the character. Okay, so obviously they're gonna have to water down a little bit of Viper to make her palatable for Street Fighter 6. I'm hoping that she's not watered down so much that she becomes a waste of slot character. But of her combos in these trailers showing off multiple feint cancel, high jump into feint cancels, she's definitely gonna have execution. The problem is, if the execution is not worth it, then she's gonna be low tier. And I don't think they want to. I don't think Capcom is going to be willing to put out a new character that not only is bad, but a character that feels that like she is fighting against the game itself. So, I don't know, man. I'm cautious to try her out. I'm not gonna. Viper will probably end up being like a character like Aki, where like Aki is technical, hard to play effectively, but can absolutely fuck you up. But she is a specialist character, and Viper is no question a specialist character. She was destined to always be that. But I'm hoping that she isn't bad, because a character like Viper is meant to be a statement. Because you know, Viper is Viper has kind of become the Street Fighter 4 representative, despite the fact that Jury became so popular that she became a mainstay within the series. Whereas putting in a character like Viper is deliberately meant to be like, oh yeah, here is your SF4 character. So I am going to. I lost my point. I completely lost it. I forgot what the fuck I wanted to say. I'm not gonna lie. Uh. Yeah, no, it's gone. I lost it. I lost it. It's gone. So instead of racking my brain trying to figure out what the fuck I wanted to say, I am instead going to just end the stream. I'm just gonna end the stream. Fuck this. My brain's gone. It's falling out of my fucking head. So whatever. Okay. Oh god, I need to stretch. I need to stretch when this is over. Let's see. What should I send y'all out with? Oh yeah, Viper has her own theme in Marvel 3, so I should play it. I should play that. Street Fighter Cross Mega Man. Oh yeah, Viper was in Street Fighter Cross Mega Man. I forgot about that. Alright. Where is it? Here it is. Alright. I'm gonna head out. I may or may not You know what? No, I'm not gonna say it. I am not gonna jinx myself. I'm not gonna jinx myself. I'm just gonna say, I'm going. I want to. And remember, time is the only currency that you cannot refund. So you don't spend your time here, an hour, a minute, a second. I want to thank you for showing up. I want to tell you not to cash out too early, especially you, Silencer. You're probably not here anymore, but that's fine. I'm glad that you showed up. We had a nice talk. I'm glad that you showed up. I'm glad we had a talk. I hope to see you again. I hope to play you in a fighting game. I want to fight you in a fighting game. But no, seriously, watch the video, download Fightcade. I think you can have a fun time playing fighting games. I truly hope that you give it an honest shot. That's all I can really say. Okay. All right. Listen to Elf. You should be back by now. Yeah, you are. I mean, you should be untimed. The only time's not for him. You should be fine now. One of these days, we need to play that. Oh, I didn't see that. Play dive kicker auto showdown or guilty gear. Yeah, we could do that. Definitely. Good to see you, Splats, Darren, Root, JPZ. Good to see you all. And I am leaving. I'll catch you all later. Don't cash out too early now. Yep. I forgot how bad this version of her theme was. Yeah, no, fuck this. I'm playing the Super Hardcore.